Hello. How are you?
Hello. Hope you're all doing well. Happy Tuesday. Oh my gosh, it's Trump speaking to Congress Day. How exciting.
Is it?
It's very exciting. Listen,
What's
we're going to get a lot.
exciting?
It's exciting. Look at this guy over here. It's exciting because supposedly we're going to hear about whether Trump's going to sign the Ukraine deal or not, maybe, which I predicted. I said it was all going to come back, right? I
I
predicted
heard Trump cucked to Zelensky.
Oh, well, it depends. If you're on one side, you heard that. If you're on the other side, Zelensky cucked the Trump, so it doesn't matter, you know.
Oh, one of them's a cuck, right?
Yeah, someone's a cuck. Facts are relative. Nothing matters, right? Everything has to be discussed in those terms. And also, there's going to probably be some conversation about tariffs, the economy. Obviously, took a little bit of a hit today. I don't know if you've been watching the stock price. A little bit of a hit down the stock.
Did you see
Maybe.
that? You don't watch the market every day.
I watch the market every day. What do you mean?
No,
I
you
wake up in the
don't.
morning. The first thing I do, I turn on my phone. I got like the little ticker thing, just scrolling.
I'm the one that gave Sitch the market recap. I said, well, the market started off way down. You opened way down, okay? And it sort of creeped up, sort of got the gains back throughout the day. And then I think Trump made some tariff announcement.
Yes.
And it lost everything. Ended right where it began again. Sold right off, yeah. So everyone's like, oh my God. You know, obviously Kyle Klensky has to go straight to his YouTube channel and be like, we're in a recession. And the market cratered. Like it could easily be, it sold off, I think, 1.5% or something like that. So
right.
It's not like the days of the housing crash when it was down like 9%.
Well, sure. This is my feeling. I feel like we're all sitting here on this precipice where we all feel like the stock market right now is overvalued. We're all expecting some crash or some recession to occur somewhere in the future, in the near future. So everyone's like, is this it? Is this the moment? Or is it later? Like everyone's trying to figure out when they want to sell off everything.
Only YouTubers are expecting a crash. I think people who follow the market and trade are looking for a correction. Yes.
Oh, well, okay. I'm sorry.
Correction.
Correction, a recession, a downturn.
Yes. Yeah.
A bear market. Some sort of downtrend.
Yeah.
So
usually there's a 20% correction in the market is normal. You know, you start freaking out when it's a 20% correction in one day. Like that's a crash.
Yeah, 20%, that's a lot, even if it's over the course of like a month.
Yeah.
20% drop.
You're technically in bear market territory there, but should we listen to these cucks?
Oh,
Gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McLean. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Miss Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Nagoose.
Mr.
The gentlewoman
Magoo.
from Washington, Mr.
Lude.
The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle.
Mrs. Dingleberry.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber.
But did
The
you
senator
apologize?
From South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker. The senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin.
They're not going to go through all the
members of the
House of
escort committee will
Representatives, are
exit
they?
the chamber
Jesus.
through the lobby doors.
I really hope not.
There's like 430. There's 100 senators and 435 Congress people, right?
Yes.
Needs to be more. There needs to be like 2,000, but Sitch doesn't think that's a good
That's
idea.
retarded.
He's like,
That's a retarded idea.
He can't count past 100, so he's like,
I mean, I don't know how many fingers and toes you have. Okay.
5,000.
Okay. Should see a doctor about that.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Excited.
Important people walking in.
Mr. Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Sitch. Who are these people?
Those are the people. You don't know those people? What are you, stupid?
Well, I hesitate to answer this.
Hold on, I gotta pause it. It's looping for me.
It's looping for you? What?
Yeah.
Nomad in the chat says, Adam is already bored. Laughing my fucking ass off.
They literally just clap for those random people. Do they think Trump was gonna walk in or something?
My wife loves this race.
Yeah, who knows?
I'm a blazer, man.
These two guys. JD Vance and Speaker of the House. What's that guy's name? What's the Speaker of the House's
Johnson.
name? Johnson, huh?
Yeah.
Mike Johnson.
Ron Johnson.
My
John
Johnson.
Who's
My
dressed
Johnson
better?
and JD Cup.
Who's dressed better? That's the real question.
Who's dressed better?
Yeah.
JD. But, I mean, he has his hand effeminately on his hip like that.
Oh, so it points off.
I'm not sure. Yes. I'm not sure if that's a presidential posture.
We'll take a picture of that for 2028. And just put a flashback. Like, would you vote for this?
Mr. Speaker,
This
the
wilting,
Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the United States Supreme Court.
That's great.
Okay, here's all the Supreme Court people.
Like, that's not a Supreme Court. Who's that guy?
No, that's not a. They said associate justices, right?
I don't know who that guy is.
None of these people are Supreme.
Who are these fucking people?
Oh, there we go. Finally, a Supreme Court justice.
There's Robert.
Roberts. Yes. Who nominated Roberts? W, right?
W. Yeah.
That was a W appointee. Here they come. Who's this geezer? Who? I don't know any of these geezers. They must not be
don't know-
allowed to speak.
You don't know your Supreme Court justices?
There's like 9 of them.
By-
I think
by
I know
face?
4 of
You don't
them.
know every single one of them? by
Where
face?
was Clarence Thomas? What happened?
You're
to
right, he
him?
wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where was Scalia?
I think
He
that
was taking a nap.
Yeah, who was that old guy? Was that Kennedy for some reason?
Is Kennedy still around? I'm not sure that.
I mean,
he
he's
is.
not in. He's retired, but I think he's still alive. He looked kind of like Kennedy.
Equal shoutouts for $20 says comment came today. Thanks for all the labor you put into it, y'all. I won't read it until I wash my hands, put on gloves, and make sure the packaging can be preserved. The sealing sticker is custom too. Head exploding emoji. Of course. You don't think we're gonna use a custom bag? Yeah. Did you get
Nothing
yours yet?
but the best.
Sitch, you must have got yours by now, right?
Sam got hers, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Sammy got hers.
She
Yeah.
got hers. Yep. She put it up. She took a bunch of pictures. I don't know if she posted them on Twitter. Took a bunch of
Nice.
pictures. She has a special shelf for the little Sitch plushies that they're all on there.
Nice. She's got a little shrine to you.
We got a little shrine to me. Yes.
Nice. Those shrines are great because they double as like a voodoo thing once you guys break up. Yeah. She's got the
give her any
plushie.
ideas.
She
Okay.
lights some candles. She gets some long needles.
Listen, she's gonna want to do things to that plushie before we break up. Okay, so don't put any ideas in there.
People Shaddock says, love it. Thank you. Thank you. A lot of TLC into that for you guys, so I hope you guys like it.
PC for $5 says, how do you know Adam and Sitch have class? They wear a suit if they're even on the same thumbnail. It's Donald. So that is true.
That's true, yeah. I've worn a suit before on the live stream.
For a second, I thought you were going to be like, I've worn a suit before at some point in the day. Yeah. Lucy Lumbug says, thank you so much for the $5. Get the memberships. C.S. Paffy for $10 says, I got my comics yesterday. They look and feel great. Well, I'm glad to hear that they look and feel great. Although one of them did smell funny and some of the pages were stuck together, I must have gotten Adam's test copy.
Too far. Too far, Paffy.
Hilarious. The Rooster for $5 says, this will be the most important speech in history. Another Trump W. There you go. You know, it's funny. I was listening to David Pakman before we jumped on here, only because Adam sent it to me for some reason. And Dave Pakman predicted that this will be the most unhinged Trump speech in all Trump speeches. So I guess we'll find out.
Isn't him yelling in the face of Zelensky? I mean, it's going to be hard to top that. I don't.
Right.
When you think unhinged, you think, wow.
Yeah.
The president berating a foreign dignitary
Yes.
in front of the media.
Yes.
What the fuck?
I mean, I guess he could come up today and start calling him a loser and saying that Ukraine's going to like get, burned to nuclear fire by Russia, and he's going to, he wouldn't pee on it to put it out or something. Like, that'd be pretty crazy. So I don't predict that that's going to happen. I predict everything's going to get smoothed over.
He could spit on people in the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
That would be pretty far.
Kristen Brandon, thanks so much for $2. Says, I watched Don't Walk Run video of the meeting. So bad. I'll check it out. I didn't watch that. Arm McGaff for $2 says they need to start handing out awards at these. Yes, they should. Before the president comes in, they do like a best dressed, best legislation passed so far. Best
request for a thank you and an apology.
Yes, exactly. Best viral clip of yelling. Best viral clip of them doing something cringe.
Yes.
Best tits, but in a business classy way because you're like at the House or Senate.
Oh yeah, that's Boebert all the way.
Yeah,
she would
Boebert
take
right there,
that one away.
Exactly. Brian Bishop, thanks so much for the 17 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Says I need answers to the real questions. If you were to eat a horse-sized duck and preparing it in the appropriate ways, would it be kosher? Yes, I believe that you could properly prepare a duck, whether it is horse-sized or duck-sized, in a kosher fashion. I don't know what that entails, but I believe it's possible.
Now, kosher is how you prepare it, right? Why can't you just prepare some good old-fashioned pork kosher style?
So there are certain animals that can never be kosher, and then the animals that can be kosher still have to be prepared in some specific fashion. So, Lives in Devs Wall specifically for $2 says, comic was dope. Let me know when to buy the next issue. Well, I'm glad you liked it.
All right. Just set your timer on your phone for 5 years from today. I'm actually getting bored. I'm like, maybe I should start working on a new comic. So
Adam is so used to just being 100% on the grind.
Yeah, I am. I'm ready for the grind set.
Right.
I'm like, I could be working on this comic while I'm on the treadmill here.
There you go. Look, Melania just walked in, everybody. Everyone's clapping.
I saw that, yeah.
Everyone's so happy. There's Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro for some reason in the audience. That's interesting.
Of course, look, of course they're going to be there.
What? Of course. I mean, okay.
Well, no, they
were just in the audience.
They have a bunch of MAGA bloggers in the press secretary's room every day.
I guess that's true.
The only reason Matt Walsh is not in there every day is because he's got a real job.
Right.
Let's applaud Melania's beauty.
Yes. Exactly.
Mr. Speaker, the president's
Oh, who cares about the cabinet? Kyle
Oh.
Petty, thanks so much for $20. Says Trump threatening military action to Putin only escalates to World War III. If Putin escalates it there, I don't think that would happen because Russia's only ally is essentially China. I don't believe even they want World War III. Great, go. Yeah, I would. I mean, I would agree with that. I think Putin. I think a lot of Putin's threats about nukes are all just nonsense for now. I mean, he threatened like, "Don't give Ukraine aid, or we're gonna nuke you," and obviously, we did that. And he said, "Don't give Ukraine, any more weapons, or I'm gonna nuke you," and obviously, we did that. So, yeah, I think it's mostly just empty threats at this point.
Nukes are really only good as a defensive measure, and they do create this asymmetry. Like if the country you're engaging doesn't have nukes, then they're forced to pull their punches because you can always go, well, if you go too far, I'm going to use the nukes, right? Don't make me use the nukes. So, but if both parties have nukes and both parties are kind of persuaded not to use them because they know, look, if I nuke you, I'm going to get nuked myself.
Right. Squeeze Louise, thanks so much for $5. Says first fist fight on the floor of Congress in a century incoming. Trust. Ooh, please. I hope so. We can only hope. We can only pray to the gods of lulls. Lives in Deswalt's for 2 hours. Says, "Is this the Red Wedding episode?" Oh no!
Oh shit!
JD Vance is gonna. It's not the Red Wedding. It's like the post Red Wedding. Like JD Vance is gonna pull his face off, and it's really Kamala Harris. Now it's Kamala Harris's daughter underneath, and she's like, "This is for my mom."
Oh man!
She doesn't make me pancakes anymore. Or not my mom, her aunt, right? She has nieces. Yeah.
Who did the Red Wedding? Was that the Iron people?
No, it was the bridge people.
The Bridge people.
Yeah.
What was it? What was their clan?
Because
Kamala's daughter kind of looks like she's from that clan. She's got that sickly kind of look about her.
The phrase. Okay, thank you. The phrase. Remember, it was played by Walder Frey was played by the guy from Harry Potter. I guess not. I guess you don't know.
Yes, well, she has Harry Potter glasses that she wears quite often. So.
Right. Stephen Kisnek for $5 says a question for Adam because I'm not sure if Sitch could answer. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could own Bitcoin?
Oh my God! Zero, zip, zilch, nada.
How do you feel about the Bitcoin not Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency strategic reserve announced by Trump?
It's a scam. Oh my God. It's insane. You got all these billionaire Bitcoin people. They can't pull their money out. They want to convert that Bitcoin into USD so they can actually do something with it. And they know they're going to crash the market. Nobody wants fucking Bitcoin, okay? Everyone who wants Bitcoin has diamond hands. And they're not fucking selling it. And they're not buying it anymore.
What does that mean? Diamond hands? What does that mean?
It means don't sell.
Oh, okay.
Hold.
Right.
It's going to the moon.
Right.
So as soon as they go in there and start selling Bitcoin, the price of Bitcoin is going to crash because there's going to be no buyers. So
is there like
in steps the government.
Okay, give me the Steelman. What's the Steelman argument in favor of this crypto reserve idea?
There is none.
Is there one? Come on, there's got to be something. Okay. What's the argument here? Because I listened to this lady and she was all like, it was like whoever passed this law. And she's like, we're going to buy a bunch of crypto and that's going to pay off the debt in 5 years. And I'm like, what? What is she talking about?
That is. So if they're thinking we're going to buy crypto, that crypto is going to go up in value. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to sell that crypto and pay off bondholders.
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't that make any sense?
Well, you're just going to siphon dollars out of the economy?
What do you mean?
well, what are you going to do with the dollars that you siphon out of the economy? I guess you're going to use them to pay off bondholders. I do think some of these meme coins could be used to deal with inflation. Here's how. Okay.
Tell me.
Because obviously inflation is being caused because there's too much money chasing too few goods, right? So you got to get some money out of that money supply. And there is a bunch of these suckers that just throw their money at these meme coins, right? And they all lose it. They get rug pulled. And then some billionaire walks away with all the money. Well, why can't the Federal Reserve just step in and be the one that rug pulls them all and just then burns the money?
Oh my God, you're a genius. Look
Yeah, exactly. So it's
what
like,
a genius. We got to
Yeah.
lower the money supply. There's a bunch of rich assholes who are just throwing it in the gambling casino of crypto. Might as well use it to lower inflation. Oh my God. Someone get Adam on the economic council here.
Look, and nobody can complain, right? Because you didn't tax anybody. And nobody seems to be upset that all these people are basically getting scammed, right?
Right. Exactly.
I mean, they would rather get scammed than get taxed.
Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, it's not tax. You could have made money, but you didn't.
You volunteer. Yeah.
Holy shit, this is genius.
This is like a variation on my you should be entered into the lottery when you pay your taxes. That there should be a lottery for all taxpayers, and then they pay out like $5 billion every tax season. Every April 15th they select lottery winners.
Right.
Yeah.
This is a great idea. I think we should go for it.
More. Give people a little more incentive to pay those taxes. You think, look, I'm paying through the nose. I'm paying 20% here. I'm paying 30% here. Maybe I get it back in the $5 billion.
Thank you so much, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, who's investing in the Sitch and Adam memberships reserve with 50 gifted memberships. Thank you. Look at that.
Very nice. Welcome new members.
Unlike those crypto reserves, these membership reserves have actual value that will be worth something in the years to come.
Now remember, you have to renew those memberships, okay? You can't let them expire, okay? That is bad luck.
Yeah, it's actually unpatriotic.
Yeah.
If you do that. So.
Your whole family could die. Too far?
Exactly. Well, I mean, listen, every day you're a Sitch and Adam member, you get 10 free units of free will. So it's true, like, without that steady supply of free will, you could make a bad decision and do something crazy.
They're not gonna
like drunk drive or something. So
how about they'll die happy, okay? They'll die at like a Star Trek convention.
No, they'll die happy. They'll die happy of old age if you continue to be a member.
Did you know the new Captain America movie is saving lives? Did you know that?
I didn't know that. No. What is he talking about?
I saw a news report where a movie theater, the entire ceiling caved in, collapsed.
Holy fuck.
In the movie theater, yes. In the movie theater during Captain America Brave New World.
And nobody was there.
And nobody was injured because there was only 2 fucking people in the entire theater. In the entire theater, yes. And luckily they were sitting 1 row back from the catastrophe.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah. Well,
that's like God is watching out for you there. You're like sitting in a movie theater and the fucking ceiling collapses right in front of you and you're like miraculously unharmed. You'd just be like, what the fuck?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
That's when you knew. I knew we shouldn't have seen this movie. Oh, something's happening.
Speaker, the President of the United States.
Oh, Donald Trump's finally.
Oh, here's the moment we've been waiting for. Here it is. Here he comes. Where's that Zelensky? I'm not done with him.
What if there was like a cardboard cutout of Zelensky and he like walked out and like just
And punches it.
Yeah, knocked the head off of it, right? That'd be pretty hilarious.
Oh, man.
You should come out like a wrestling entrance. There should be like lights and music.
I do feel like we're drifting closer and closer to idiocracy.
A smoke machine. He's got like no shirt on, but he's got like, the little boxing hood.
Oh my God. Who's standing next to the first lady? Like she's clapping like, oh, this boring fucking shit.
I don't know.
I could be watching Gossip Girl.
Mm-hmm. Chat, what would Trump's song be? What would his entrance wrestling song be?
It's the come on, it's the YMCA song.
No,
See, look right there.
Stop. The
Oh, JD.
YMCA.
It is the YMCA song. What he always comes out to that.
That's so. Come on.
Who's this? Who's this?
We just threw paper. What's happening?
Is that the guy? Is that the alien from Men in Black?
Oh my God, you mean?
Did you see him with his face in the camera? Look at this. It's the alien from Men in Black.
Is it the first one? The guy wearing the Edgar suit?
It's the Edgar alien.
Yes. Oh my God! I need sugar. Water.
That's true.
I am the
who's
tiger.
this? Is that
No,
Nancy
come on,
Mace?
guys.
Oh, look, Nancy Mace.
Oh, MIA paper planes. That's a good. That's probably it.
yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, I think that's it. You should walk out to Rasputin. I think that would give the wrong vibe. Hulk
Look-
Hogan's Real
oh.
American. That's a good one. J Macker Circuit Fire, thanks so much, Daddy J Mac, for the $20. Says, don't forget, even though many have already hit me up, I still have comics available for those who want one. Well, look at that. Our generous, most generous giver of all things wonderful, J Mac.
Look at
What?
Look at Marco Rubio, just standing there,
That's gotta
standing
be-
off his shoulder.
That's gonna be kind of awkward. You're like in the president's entourage. He's like talking to like every single person. You're just standing there awkwardly, like, okay, I don't know what to do. I gotta just stand here while Trump's talking to everybody. I don't have anyone to talk to. No one wants to talk to little Marco. Squeeze Louise for $5 says Trump equals John Cena. Didn't you see the Daily Show breakdown? Oh my God! Did the Daily Show steal my idea? Did they steal my conspiracy idea? I said on the stream on Sunday, you fuckers called me crazy. I said on Sunday, okay, that the reason that they had John Cena turn heel was to represent America turning heel. You guys laughed at me. You said I was crazy.
I thought you were right on the money.
Well, if the crazies at the Daily Show agree, then I must be onto something, right?
All right, here it comes. Here it is. What's the opening remark going to be?
Fuck Ukraine.
God, please no.
No.
I can't take it anymore.
What if you just like punch JD in the dick? Like you do like a nut tap.
Oh my God.
He's like, you did a great job in that meeting, and he just like does like a quick nut tap. JD like doubles over. Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There's always a lot of clapping and standing. And...
All the Democrats are sitting down, right? They're all just sitting there on their hands going, this piece of shit. This is the guy that sacrificed Europe.
David Pakman literally had to explain to his audience not get triggered if in the beginning the Democrats clap. He's like, it's normal for both sides to clap in the beginning. Don't get triggered.
Really?
I was like, oh my God.
What a loser.
I was like, what is this?
Oh, it's Bobert. What was the award she was going to get?
The best tits in a classy dress. Who's that guy? That's the best girl. He looks like Sheffield.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States,
Thankfully, you don't have to be born in America to be first lady.
Yeah. Well, you should.
Estonia.
members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
Oh, we could have called that one. Come on.
We should have.
America is great again.
Mm-hmm.
Ironic considering we just pulled out of Europe, though.
Yeah, we're back from Europe. That's what he meant.
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. Never been anything like it.
That's kind of weird. Everyone kind of like, wait, what? Should we clap for that?
The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes.
The Democrats are like, what? Didn't Reagan win 49 states?
Well, people have like little like signs on it.
We won the popular vote by big
Those have the
numbers
Ukrainian
and
flag
won
on it, too.
counties in our country.
So, some elderly gentleman with a cane stood up and started waving it at Donald Trump. So, for those of you just listening.
And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican.
They're in full
Now, for
disruption
the
mode.
first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
After the Zelensky stuff, I think this was pretty easy to anticipate, right?
Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your
Who is
warning.
that guy?
That's kind of cringe.
Members
Just
are
yelling
engaging in
randomly.
willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Oh my god, you start like shooting
Yank them out.
Democrats with like rubber bullets and beanbags.
They're gonna yank them out.
Happening.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat.
Oh, he's saying that he didn't get a mandate. He's saying
Finding
that's
that
a
members
lie.
continue
That's
to
the
engage
big
in willful
contention
and
here.
concerted disruption of proper
That's so
decorum, the chair
cringe.
now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order.
Drag out the guy
They're
with the
gonna
cane.
drag out the Democrats.
You gonna leave or is he gonna sit down? Oh, he's leaving. He's like, I didn't want to sit through that speech anymore.
Oh, this is some bullshit. Oh, you know, this is like a stunt. This is oh man,
Obviously,
this is
yeah.
such a stunt.
Obviously. He said he gave one final "you're a bitch." He said, "Guy did like get out of here." Sign his finger.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you.
That geezer, get out of here,
Over the
punk.
past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
Boy, Nancy hates Trump.
He was drinking. He was drinking a wine bottle.
Yeah, I did.
Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good.
Those cheaters.
And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Your favorite accomplishment?
And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. and our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
Show the Democrats.
3 years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
Well, that was the girl who was bored next to me.
Oh, you're right. She has a brain injury. I feel bad now.
I mean, I think she might have got kicked off the team.
Yeah, I saw her. I know what you're talking about. But you don't know.
And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control. And we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA.
Not raw.
Yeah, gotta get the raw earth in there.
You get that from Ukraine.
To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, GOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps.
Is he going to do a Nazi salute?
Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery
No,
tonight.
he wants to. He's telling himself, he's like, don't raise your hand. Don't raise it. I'm just going to do a salute, not a Nazi one.
Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need
live
this.
tweeting.
He didn't need this.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe.
I don't think they appreciate it.
They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from
Social Security.
HHS to provide free housing and cars for
Gotta keep that one on the DL.
illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program, $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning.
You say it like that.
I don't know what we're doing. We could use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. The most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud.
The Democrats have like signs that just say false at this point.
Yeah.
And we've
Pretty
taken
slow.
back the money
Yeah.
and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taken back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists
They said.
3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them. And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
I don't think any of that shit's true.
To
but it's
finish,
funny.
1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229 one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years, more than 100 years older than our country.
They should get extra benefits.
But we're going to find out where that money's going. And it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it.
Boo, no balanced budget.
With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better,
for Chinese
more
communists.
sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money.
Your new boss from Saudi Arabia just arrived.
In India.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax cuts.
Going down.
Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America.
When you get that 30% tax rate, so it'll all be taxed.
And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was, and so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day was cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. if they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA.
Yay.
Are we getting the powerful chips? I thought we were just getting the duds.
And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people, and they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because those goods that come in from other countries and companies, they're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen.
I love you, Adam.
Yeah. Thank you.
And
Wow,
I
he
have also
thank you'd
imposed
me.
a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff.
40 foster
Thank you,
kids.
Jeff.
Oh my God, his house has to be so clean.
Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States.
Did she get a set thank you already?
Give me a minute.
Give her like 5 thank yous already. Jeez.
Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer.
Uh-oh.
With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John.
Uh-oh,
John,
Destiny's
thank
sweating
you.
right now.
Stand up, John. Thank you, John.
Destiny.
That's
Oh no. Destiny increases.
Thank you all very much.
And not so Jizland.
Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody.
You talking about the P-tape?
That's
What?
great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, the law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation, we must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know Alexis Nungary from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations.
Yeah, why wouldn't the Dems clap for that? Jesus. They look so heartless.
They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took, and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberta. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great, great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi. Good luck. So important. Going to do a great job.
That's where Pam is.
Thank you.
Oh, look, Cash is right there.
Wow.
Thank
Sitting
you,
right
Cash.
behind Shifty Shift.
I was eating the bag. Pam gets the front row seat. What's up with that?
He's got to keep his eye on the Democrats.
They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests, and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed.
What the hell are they yelling about?
Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
Look at that. What do you do if that guy pulls you over? You run.
I asked to see his license.
Yeah, good dad, put me down. Bitch.
But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago.
Come on, man. You gotta clap for the brain cancer for a dead.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you doing?
Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
Holy shit.
Hilarious.
He's like, what? I'm a Fed. Holy shit. Oh my God.
They have a little ID badge for him.
Oh my God, they got him a little badge and everything.
So wait, are feds like good now or are they bad now? I've lost track of them.
Oh my God, this is adorable. He's like, can I arrest people now? What about Shifty Shift? Can I go over and get...
I'm gonna go to school and start arresting people.
DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January, Little John and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Jesus. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff here.
That's pretty good.
And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations.
I have to fucking warm my gears up, please.
And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point.
He's got his mom there. She's like so happy.
And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets.
Oh my God. Kindergarten cop high-fived him. He's like, I'm a Fed. You're going to West Point. What's next?
Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it, and the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too, so I want to thank you, but it's a very, very important, this is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
Guess you're going to Panama, kid.
Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck,
He
Marco.
almost a little Marco.
He almost did.
Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it.
What?
But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland.
Oh, God.
We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent
Putin guy, huh?
people. I
But
spoke
did he
to
say
many
that
of the
specifically?
parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. I spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything.
He's going to do it. He's going to do it. And now Zelensky is signing.
You want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
Oh my God.
What happened? What did he do?
Oh my God.
2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending.
Fucking Russian.
And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said, at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. That didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia.
Yes, fuck JD.
And have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful?
That's a good sign, I guess.
Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Yeah, they got one Democrat over there clapping.
No, I meant in terms of they're gonna. I told you they're gonna go back on.
It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff.
Oh my God.
The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother Malfine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight.
Is that the guy that betrayed the Russian?
I think he had marijuana on him.
No, but they're going to give him a Russian influence.
Oh, shifty shift. He was shivering, shaking. He's got his eye on the cash up there.
To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant.
It was his fault.
And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon. Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age, these workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities, these warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Wow.
Amazing.
That was a pretty inspirational ending, man. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
He didn't even mess it up with any cringe ad-libs or anything. Look at the Dems. They're like, yeah, how dare you be inspirational. How dare you inspire America? Yeah.
How dare you?
Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. Great honor. Thank you very much. Thank you. Get this place
All
going.
right. So we
Thank you very much. Great honor. Thank
give
you.
our
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
response. I took some notes along the way because,
Oh,
I mean,
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
the first note I have is
Thank you. You see, you're
How-
teaching young people to love.
this guy's like 80. What the
Trying to.
I can barely.
Great guy.
I
Thank
could
you.
barely stay up past 9 p.m. He started at 9 p.m. It's 11 p.m.
yes, yes. You know, that's the real thing. We have to turn on David Pakman and see, like, because David Pakman was the number one. He was the number one. Like, Donald Trump is suffering from cognitive decline, right?
Oh, I do. Yeah, I remember that nonsense.
It's 11 o'clock here on the Eastern Coast. Donald Trump, pretty old guy, seemed to be totally fine. Didn't have any problems, didn't stumble.
Oh, look,
didn't,
he's
have any
gonna give
Biden,
over
problems.
to hug. He's
Hmm.
like, oh look.
No, just the
We
hand.
figured
Listen,
out who the girlfriend was. Who this?
now, did you see that? Like when she shook his hand, she did the two hands, like, don't hug me, right?
Oh, is that what was going on?
Or, Melania's like, don't you fucking hug Bobert, okay?
I thought she was on the.
I want to see what those hands
What was she
are.
doing with that pinky finger on the other side? That's what. I
Oh,
wanted.
okay, maybe, yeah.
Give a little pinky finger stroke there. Oh yes,
Right.
Mr. President. That was a very, very inspirational speech.
Oh my God, terrible.
I think it was seminal.
Yeah, oh, look at this guy. It's disgusting. You're like, sometimes you take it too far, and this guy over here.
I don't know me.
This guy over here talking about old man jizz, okay? Like anyone wants to hear about that.
Yes, you were seeding inspiration all over America.
Oh my God. Okay, so what else did you have to say? So we know, okay, Donald Trump does not appear to have cognitive decline. Dave Pakman
Is
BTFO.
full of shit.
Right. Anything else? What else? What else?
Well,
is your
look,
notes on the
it's
speech
been
here?
I got to admit, it's been a tumultuous few days. I thought we were going to throw Ukraine under the bus.
Mhm.
I don't know. It seemed like Ukraine is back. And he milked the suspense of it. He saved it till very near the end.
Well, to be clear, Ukraine isn't back. Trump is back. Ukraine never left.
Well, yeah. It is funny how MAG is trying to make it seem like Ukraine was the one who ran away. Look, that's going to be the narrative. It's going to be the narrative that they ran away, tail between their legs, and Trump sweet talked them back into the fold. So, but it's all kind of kayfabe.
Yes.
Ukraine has has supplies, I think, for 2 to 3 months, and they stopped the funding, but I bet they start the funding up as soon as they sign the mineral deal.
Mm-hmm. Like next.
It
couple
is
days
good
or so.
that, I mean, obviously, Europe has had a bunch of meetings in the last few days, like trying to
Right.
get their shit together, which I think is good. Obviously, that's happening, but so
Which
with
we said
that-
on Sunday could be the positive effect of all this as Europe gets their act together, more
Yes,
serious
yeah.
on their security, so that U.S. doesn't have to play world police. That'd be nice, right?
Yes, yeah. So
And did you see? It was interesting because we had this. We were kind of wondering on Sunday: is this going to come back? Is it going to be? Is this Trump looking for an exit? But then it was kind of fascinating because there was a lot of rumblings on, Ukraine and Zelensky are talking to the EU and England and France, a bunch of other countries immediately after that meeting. And the UK and all those other countries were like super doubling down on supporting Ukraine. And so, if Trump was looking for an exit strategy from Ukraine, that would have been the time to just wash your hands of it. But then, because interesting, it kind of sends out Vance to attack and criticize Europe for talking to Ukraine, which is kind
Hobart
of
went in for a
fascinating.
second fucking
A second
palming.
finger, a second pinky.
A
Pinky stroke.
second palming of
Yes.
the presidential shoulder.
Well, listen, maybe you're right. She was trying to slip her key into his pocket or something.
I mean, I'm not. Robert looks pretty good tonight.
Adam was distracted, but anyway.
Anyway, we were talking about Ukraine. So
right. So, but the fact that Vance, like a jealous lover, was criticizing Europe for talking to Ukraine to me, it was indication that, like, okay, this, obviously they want to get Ukraine back in the deal. Trump, doesn't want to be standing out there kind of with his dick in the wind with, Ukraine giving up their minerals, their juicy raw earth to Europe, right? So
yeah, we want to raw dog that earth.
Right.
The Europe has enough manpower. There are key weapon systems that are controlled by the Americans that they would not be able to survive without. So if Americans pulled out, stopped funding altogether, I think Putin would easily take Ukraine. But I can't imagine that happening. So
yeah. Well, as I said, that's why I'm glad looks like my prediction's coming true. They're going to sign some kind of deal. I was back on track. We'll get to see what the final deal between Russia and America and Ukraine looks like as it materializes, which is going to be the next big fight, obviously, because I think that's going to probably take a long time to hammer out.
Oh, yeah. Look, I said I thought Trump was going to be bullied into the status quo on Ukraine, but it's interesting because Trump will not be bullied. He's orchestrated everything so it looks like he's doing this of his own volition, of his own magnanimous ways.
Well,
magnanimity. I think that's the word I'm looking for.
I think you could that prediction could still be correct. I think Trump could get bullied by Putin into the status quo because say like they sign this, this precursor mineral deal, which remember this deal that they're going to sign doesn't really lay out the specifics. So they're going to sign this deal to make a deal, right? So it's kind of all kayfabe from the beginning. And then they're going to actually work on the hard sell of like, can the United States get Ukraine to sign an economic mineral deal without a security guarantee? I'm very skeptical. Is Putin going to agree to allow EU troops in Ukraine? I'm very skeptical. And so I still think I just think your prediction could be correct where it ends up being like, the holding pattern essentially.
So he is bullied into it, but I think the difference is optically it just doesn't look like he's bullied into it. It looks like he's getting something for his money. I think MAGA's not going to be happy either way. I mean, MAGA hates Zelensky. They think he's the fucking Zodiac killer. Okay, they cannot stand.
That's where
Zelensky
he went
whatsoever.
He went to Ukraine.
Yes, they think he's that guy from Saw. That's what they think.
The little guy on the bike. That's why they keep doing the meme of him like really small.
Yeah. So they're not going to be happy either way.
Right.
So
well, I mean, I think if Trump can swing some kind of mineral deal and Putin does magically agree to some kind of EU troops in Ukraine, so essentially America gets paid for it but doesn't have to put troops there. I think that'd be a massive win for Trump, and I think his base, even though there would be, I mean, if they're going to be consistent, they should be complaining about entanglement. I still think they would massively cheer that on as like a huge win. I think it would be a huge win.
So another thing that he talked about was military recruitment being way, way, way up. And I kept thinking, his devotion to not putting troops in Europe or Ukraine. I mean, that's got to make military recruitment soar, right? It's a jobs program, but you don't have to worry about having to go overseas.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably helping as well.
Right. That's
so he
good,
did.
Though.
He touched on the trans stuff, which was very, very strong. Well, look, in the very beginning, so it was contentious in the very beginning, and he obviously wasn't going to win over the Democrats, and he even hectored the Democrats a little bit. The I'm not sure if that was the best strategy, simply because like he had some real moments in here that were, gut wrenching, pulled at the heartstrings, inspiring. Like he had
Mhm.
the kindergarten cop with brain cancer, like the look on that
Right.
kid's face when he said that they were going to make him a
A
honorary Secret
Fed.
Service agent. Yeah, exactly.
Now, Bets,
He
watch
was
out.
like,
He's going to appear at a white nationalist rally now, supposedly in khakis, right? Because he's a Fed.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, it's so, I mean, obviously they kept it a secret from that kid because the look on his face was like, oh my God, like
Right.
he just won the fucking lottery. He was so
Right.
happy. So I don't know if Trump began with a few of those moments, if he might have softened the Democrats up a bit, and then they would have looked, because they had planned to make a scene and get thrown out and stuff. But if they made a scene and if they were forced to make a scene and get thrown out after that kind of heartwarming stuff, oh
Mhm.
God, they would look 10 times worse. They would look so bad.
Yeah, that's that's a very interesting, tactical decision if they could have swung that. I don't know if they could have because, and I think it's intentionally why that group of Democrats, you know, did what they did, like it was within 60 seconds,
Yeah,
right?
they
It was like
started in quick.
right, because they probably knew exactly what you're saying, that there was going to be some I mean, people always, leak this stuff. They probably knew there was going to be some kind of, nice things going on there that they would look bad at. So they're like, oh, before any of that stuff comes out, we're just going to immediately jump in. Because I mean, what were they jumping about? The big thing, their big complaint was Trump said he had a landslide victory, or no, he had said he had a
Oh, you're
mandate.
right.
That
Yeah.
was the super offensive thing that he said, that they all had to just protest. Oh, he has a mandate. Like, come on. That's just
Yeah. I mean, I could have done without the braggadocious mandate stuff. I think we've
right.
heard that so many times. It's just like such old material. I guess maybe the base is into that stuff. But
That was my only note.
I'm
Was that
yeah.
the first 20 minutes where he's bragging about shit, it was super boring for me. And
Yeah, it was
then when he
boring for
starts
me too.
yeah, and then we start talking about actual policy stuff and bringing up the kids and all that stuff. I was like, oh, that was at least to me, that was way better, way more engaging, way interesting to watch.
Yeah, fighting the trans stuff, fighting the CRT stuff, all
Right.
that seemed like, well, not, I guess it's not really new material, but it's he's saying it in a different way.
We're
Like we've
talking about they
heard.
passed some law or some policy or whatever, even
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
so
Yeah, exactly. He's talking about actual gains. So yeah, if they could, he could have cut all that bragging about the election stuff out, I think, and gone straight to. I mean, he also had the kid who got the West Point entrance, right? He applied to West Point,
Mhm.
and Donald Trump let him know that he actually got in, which seemed like a giant surprise to him too. Like that
Right.
he didn't know that either.
Very smart. Yes, very
Yeah,
smart ideas from the Trump team.
so Trump sets up all of these moments for people. I think there was one where they renamed some center
It was
after
like a park. Yeah.
someone who was murdered, which is like they packed the tear jerkers in there too.
Right, right.
Some widow who her husband was a police officer and was killed. There was two people who I think were related to Lake and Riley, who was obviously killed by an illegal immigrant. There was a woman who her daughter was kidnapped and killed by an illegal immigrant. So
Mm-hmm.
they really hit those moments, which it just totally screams Donald Trump cares about people. Like
Right.
it's crime isn't just a talking point for him. It's like these are people's lives, and I care about these people, which is just, I mean, that's
So definitely a good message to hammer home.
a good message and good politics. Like I
Right.
can't imagine anyone in the Democratic Party being able to do that, and it just not seeming like a heartless political stunt, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
you're just using these people. I mean, it's such a tricky line because it is something that is, the perception of it could be I'm using these people. But I think Trump completely pulled it off. So it didn't have that kind of scuzzy, creepy feeling like I'm using these people for my political gain. He genuinely is able to make people think that he's genuinely able to make it appear as though he cares about these people. He sincerely cares.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I mean,
which-
obviously the people that don't like Trump, primarily the left, they will perceive it as a scummy way. They
Right.
will, they're not going to perceive it any other way. But no, I agree with you. I think to me, it doesn't come across, it didn't come across scummy, it didn't come across as salesmanship. It did come across sincere, whether he means it or not, but it did come across sincere to me. So it's definitely, very good politics,
yeah.
very good way of adding, and Trump has always been good at this, is adding that moral element to whatever policy or legislation he's trying to focus on, right? To be like, as you said, it's not just crime, it's like the victims of crime.
Yeah,
These
this
are
is how it
people that are
affects people's
affected by
lives. Yeah.
right.
Yeah. So, and then he did also have a section on taking Panama back, which he kind of did a fake out. Like almost like
right.
we were going to invade Panama,
I know,
right?
I know.
And then he pulls it back. He's like, "Oh yeah, we've bought two pieces of land or whatever, because this is what China's doing. China has some
2 ports.
Yeah. China has some business port or something there in Panama, and he's like, they're completely taking over. So he's like, well, we're getting a port on each end of Panama. So
right.
we're right across the canal from the Chinese. which is cool. I mean, that's interesting.
Yep.
Then
I guess.
and then there was the ending. I mean, I was surprised how inspirational the ending was. When he was talking about the highest quality of life, conquering space, planting the flag on Mars, like all of that stuff just seemed so optimistic, so just so optimistic about the future. So I really like that stuff, and I think that's the way to win. I really do think it's the way to win. So there's been a lot of the country is doing badly economically. We're overspending. We're going bankrupt. A lot of just downer messages that have been coming out of the administration over the past few weeks. Obviously, they're trying to clean that stuff up, and I'm really glad that they went in a more optimistic route, a more inspirational route than that. Oh my God, America sucks. We have to fucking cut.
Well, I mean, obviously,
everything.
what they can't. What do you?
We have to
they can't,
focus on austerity.
Obviously, it's his first, big speech as president. He's going to be optimistic. He's not going to be like everything sucks, as the economy's having problems. So,
Well, he could have. I mean, he did bring up Joe Biden, and he has a tendency to fall into the like Joe Biden is the worst fucking person ever. And
did you like him blaming Biden for the egg prices right now? That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny.
When he was calling out that guy, he's like, "This is your responsibility." I thought, "What is this guy cloning chickens in his basement? Like, how is he going to solve this problem?"
Well, obviously, he's going to team up with RFK, and they're going to come up with a vaccine for, the avian flu. It's going to also cure autism.
He touched on like the affordability crisis. I wish that they would talk more about housing and stuff like that. There was noticeably no mention of crypto, which I'm ecstatic about. Yeah,
thank
exactly.
God.
I am ecstatic about that, which there's always a bunch of wrangling around the people around the president whenever one of these speeches comes out. Like they all want to get their little thing in there. So I'm curious if they'll be reporting on whether or not the crypto people were there going, David Sachs is in his ear. Oh my God, we got to talk about crypto. The fucking crypto. Aren't you going to talk about the crypto?
Mm-hmm.
The crypto. How we're defunding the fucking government.
Right.
How we're taking over the monetary system. So let me see if
The other thing that I thought was kind of cringe that the Democrats were doing was they had like these little signs. If you're just listening, they had these little like, Looney Tunes whenever Wile E. Coyote would be like trying to catch the Roadrunner, and since he never
Yeah.
talked, he'd hold up a little sign that said like "ouch"
Oh,
or "oh
shit.
no," yeah, right, or like "I'm falling." Like the Democrats had these little like Looney Tunes Wile E. Coyote signs they were holding up that were like "Elon Musk sucks dick" or
Yeah.
"fuck you, Elon." I was just like, it's just cringe. I mean, listen, I don't like Elon, but it's just a cringe aesthetic. Like just
They're
sit
not
there,
even.
you
I
know.
I don't get it. How are they not even in the game? How do they not realize we would be more competitive if we played this differently? Is the resist, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the resist thing is like great and all the Democrats are loving this. They can't wait to go vote in the midterms.
I think the problem right now in politics, I think this applies probably to both the Republicans and the Democrats. I think both are becoming too terminally online. Because, like,
Oh, yeah.
it's funny because actually I saw Zero Fuck said or retweet this. Do you know what Destiny said tonight in response to all this on
Oh,
Twitter?
my God.
He said, the headlines tonight should read, quote, Trump orders entire Democratic Party kicked out of Congress as he announces desire to take over Greenland and Panama. But instead, it's going to be a bunch of losers clapping over some stupid DEI Secret Service kid.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, and then he was saying, "Hey, Rep. Jeffries, it's not too late. Create a moment, boo, and get kicked out. Please show Americans that there are Democrat lawmakers who are upset with the destruction of
my
our
God.
Constitution and
Okay.
our country as their voters are." So
maybe that is appealing to people.
right. So
I just hate that fucking world.
it's just, yeah, no, I mean, listen, I agree. I don't like, there's a lot, obviously, we've been talking about for weeks. There's a lot of stuff Trump's doing that we are not happy with, but I don't think that just yelling and being cringe is like gonna get you anything. That's not gonna get you, the voters on your side, in my
Well,
opinion.
And they're obligated. It seems like they're obligated to hate everything he does, which just, I don't know how you can hate legitimately saving government waste, right? Obviously, they want to frame everything as the Keystone Cops as far as firing people goes, but
Sure.
just like the immigration, there's so much stuff that I'm happy about. I mean, that obviously neither one of us were happy about the Ukraine stuff. Neither one of us are happy about the crypto stuff, but I'll take the wins where I can get them. They just are obligated not to like anything. How can you not like a fucking kid with brain cancer,
Right.
like becoming a Secret Service agent?
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta pick and choose, right? You gotta pick and choose your battles. You can't just, be against everything.
Right.
So
Yeah, just if Democrats could actually say, "Oh yeah, that was an endearing moment. That was a winning moment."
Right.
They'd be talking more to centrist voters who are going to be the independent swing voters in the next election, in the midterm election. They might stand a chance of actually winning.
do you think the stock market will go up a little bit tomorrow because of the speech? Trump will get a couple points.
It probably will, because there's probably a bounce. Right now the stock market really is trying to pick a direction. So I do think it'll be an up day tomorrow for sure, because it was a hugely down day today. And this speech, yeah, there was enough inspirational stuff at the end there. I think, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
That's another thing. Trump is like, he's basically out there trying to sell America, trying to get people to build factories in America. So he is actively working on reshoring jobs. How can the Democrats be against that? What the fuck? The fuck? I just, you would be more credible coming out and talking about defunding the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau if you were also saying, that's great, we got an auto plant in New Mexico or Arizona, wherever it is.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna have 1,000 jobs at an auto manufacturing plant in the South United States. That's great. let's work on the Consumer Financial Protection Agency and not lose everything to crypto. But when you're but when you're just categorically against everything, right?
Right. Yeah. You get the cry wolf problem.
You do.
Yes.
Big
Right.
time. Yeah.
Yep. No, that's a great point. It's very true.
I mean, I think obviously on the Sunday show we were not happy about the Ukraine stuff, and
No.
I mean we were ripping pretty hard on JD Vance and Trump. It was a bad look for Trump. Trump I thought was very unprofessional. I know MAGA was like, yes, oh my God, look at that. He's pointing his finger in the Zodiac killer's chest. He's gonna kill him right there on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we weren't happy about it. But look, we can disagree with people. Why can't the Democrats? You don't seem to do like terminal damage to yourself or your brand when you just disagree or like something or don't like something.
I think you kind of do though. In this environment, it seems like it.
Do you?
It seems like you have to very very, very clearly just mark your side and say, this is my side. The other side is all evil. Because I listen to a lot of left and right wing pundits, and it's like that's all I'm getting from like most of them. It's just other side totally evil, my side totally vindicated. And if there's some pundits, obviously, like Young Turks, some other people who try to be more a little balanced, and then they get shit on from both sides. They get shit on from all directions. Like, so.
I mean, we do get shit on. It's harder to bring new people in because new people won't give you a chance. They just think you're.
Yes.
People on the right think you're on the left, and people on the left think you're on the right, and they just are like, dismiss, not my team, right?
I know, exactly. So,
I don't. Part of me thinks if Pocahontas came out and said, "Yeah, the Pocahontas joke was good. You know, I'll give him credit for that," and the brain cancer cop was endearing. I don't know how any American can't, love a child, having their dream come true after they've had such a tragic life. And I think I'm glad as Americans that we can all say that that's good and just zip it, not like, oh yeah, and the fucking Consumer Financial, like not try to throw some counterbalancing Democratic jab in there. I don't know. Wouldn't people think, oh, maybe she's not as bad?
I don't agree. At all.
There's no shot.
No. Because first of all, I mean, the right, they hate, a lot of people on the right hate Zelensky, thinks he's a Zodiac killer. A lot of people think, Elizabeth Warren is Lorena Bobbitt, right? They're not going to, I don't think they're ever going to side with her on anything.
But this would soften them up.
I don't think her saying, oh, Trump had a good speech, First of all, I don't know what she said. The camera wasn't on her when he called her Pocahontas. I don't know what she said that warranted that. But, yeah, I don't think that's anything's going to soften her up. I think what would help the Democrats from a political strategic lens is just, stand and clap when the cameras at like the kid who survived cancer, and stand and clap, when they talk about all these human stories of people going to the military or people who've died, all this other stuff. And then that's it. And then, the next day on the news, you can be like, yes, we honor and support all these things, and we're happy to hear Trump support the things that we support. But also, Trump totally lied about XYZ and the economy sucks right now and whatever, talking points they want to insert into it. So I guess they can kind of say what you're going to say, what you were saying, but I think they also need to get their shots in too on the news stations tomorrow.
It would be interesting because they probably know this. Like if they stand up and clap, I just wonder if Elizabeth Warren's email box is filled up the next day with "you motherfucker! I can't believe you stood up and
That's the
clapped for
problem.
that piece of shit.
That's the problem.
He's a rapist.
Yep.
A felon rapist.
Right.
When they pull that stuff out, I just
that's probably the issue. They have all these terminally online
everybody's
people.
everyone's gaslit into believing crazy shit about both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, you're not supposed to say both sides. Say all sides. It's better.
All sides. Both sides.
So that was, did he get the record? I think that was about 2 hours. So I don't know what the record is for one.
I don't know.
Of these.
Someone claimed it was a record, but
You want to read super chats or you want to just forget about it?
Yeah, let's read super chats. And look at this. You gotta bring this up. Sammy took some pictures of her shrine.
Oh, I saw that. I retweeted it. I'll bring it up.
J-Mac
Her
or Circuit Far,
shrine.
thanks so much, Daddy. J-Mac for the $20 says, God, I really wish Trump would do a Michael Scott spin at the end of his speech. That would make me so happy. That would really just bring it all in together, right? No. J-Mac for $20 says, oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were for equal rights and lefts. There you go. Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, the children yearn for the oil fields. My only hesitation is that it might potentially make a child happy. Listen, I saw that movie. There Will Be Blood. Okay, that kid didn't look very happy in the oil fields. I'm just gonna say.
Mm-hmm. That's such a great movie. I drink your milkshake.
Yeah, it was okay, I guess.
You didn't like that movie?
It's fine. I thought it was a little,
You were a baby in a box.
Okay.
Sitch doesn't like it because he was actually a baby in a box. So
how did he go deaf with the something exploded, right?
So he's deaf in one ear.
No, remember the kid is like there's like this weird thing. The kid goes deaf like in the middle of the movie, and then it's weird because no one acts like they understand what deafness is, which is very strange because I'm like, it's only like, what was it, like the 1800s? People know what deafness was.
Oh yeah, that was his kid.
Yeah. What was his adopted kid? I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, some talk about that.
Spoiler. Jeez.
I know. Spoiler, he beat someone to death with there's no blood. Okay, there's this movie. Last thing I'll say about the movie There Will Be Blood. It's about a guy who's like an oil baron. And throughout the whole movie, there's no blood. And at the very end of the movie, he beats someone to death with a bowling pin and it's bloody. And then he looks at it and it's all bloody and the camera focuses on the blood. And then it cuts to the end title card and says, There Will Be Blood. And it's like, gotcha. We told you there'd be blood in this movie. Huh? And I was just like, I just started laughing and people were confused.
Right. It's not a greatly titled movie, that's for sure, but it is a great movie.
Right. Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says Stacey Abrams is the second greatest election denier in modern American history. Oh, that's right. That's right.
She thinks she's still governor, right?
Yeah, the second.
So I brought the post
Trump,
up.
but
Sammy G.
okay.
Oh, Sammy G. Finally, the promised day has arrived. No longer is part of my shelf empty. Oh, look at this. She was saving.
Right. Yeah. So she had the Fairly Odd Parents Fairly Odd Parents dad, Timmy's dad meme where he's like, here's where I would put the Supervillains Anonymous comic if I had one.
Oh.
That's been up there for like at least the entire time I've been dating.
Really? Oh my god.
Maybe longer.
That's hilarious. Thank
Waiting
God
for the
Sitch
comic.
has never told me because
I know. I didn't want you to feel the pressure.
I would feel guilty, yeah.
Right. So then you can see the next picture, you can see where it was on her shelf. You see she's got like the different Doctor Who signatures. She got her 3 doctors all signed there.
Look at this.
Yeah.
I didn't know she was such a Doctor Who fan.
Oh, she's a big oh my god, she's a huge Doctor Who nerd.
You know who else is a huge Doctor
Your
Who
wife.
nerd? My wife, yeah.
Yes. I guess it's a woman. I've like seen one episode because Sammy showed it to me. So I guess it's like a chick thing. They think the doctors are cute.
My wife hates the female doctor.
So does Sam.
With a burning fucking passion.
So does Sam, yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And then you could see, so then you can see she's got that stuff on the wall she painted. She never finished it though. She's got like the one-piece skull and these roses and everything. And then the next picture you can see we got the comic up there. She's got her little Sitch and Adam plushies with the trading cards.
Look at this.
See a little zoom in the last picture. So there it is. Look, she hid the nudie. She hid the nudie comic. She didn't want people to see that.
She didn't get the nudie comic. What are you talking about?
Or was that for me? Just slipped that one. Not the nudie. It's got the bikinis,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she got the 3. Because look, I contemplated putting the nudie comic in, but I was like, maybe I shouldn't. I mean, she didn't order the nudie comic.
Right.
Everyone know Sammy G did not order the fully nude comic.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's the kind of thing that you don't. I mean, I don't like to give to people unless they ask, right?
Right.
So and then there's another one here.
Yeah, and then at the bottom, she's got these cool like RGB lights going in. Just took the picture,
Right.
then you could see.
Check out my shrine, as Sitch called it. Lol. The comic art is amazing. You did a great job. Also, thank you for letting me contribute a bit to the comic. Very cool. Yes, Sammy G did some artwork, and I credited her in the beginning of the comic. Some of the drawings. I guess once we finally do the stream, I'll say, oh yeah, Sammy drew that. Sammy drew that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's funny because when we got it, Sammy can't read. So like we sat on the couch, I read it to her. I read the comic
Nice.
to her.
Did you do the voices?
I did my voice. I did my voice.
And you did
And
my voice really,
I did. I can't. do
really
your voice.
cool.
I tried. And she looked over my shoulder to look at the artwork. So I liked it a
Nice.
lot. So there you
Nice.
go. There's a little shrine, the stalker shrine. Okay.
Amazing stuff.
Amazing. J Macker Sigafar, thanks so much for the $20. Says, and $46 million for the repair and refurbishment of COVID hovels. What the hell do COVIDs need hovels for? Frankly, a complete waste of money, in my opinion. That's, I mean,
Totally.
listen, kobolds are, disgusting, degenerate creatures. And I mean, do we need kobolds? Shouldn't we just deport them all back to wherever they came from? Back to the mines that they came from?
That stuff should be defunded immediately.
Right. And he just yelled at me. It's not a stalker shrine from the other room. Sure.
It's
Sure.
not, yeah.
Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says he didn't even mention the $80 billion it cost to clean the spinning rims on J-Mac's golden jet ski. Well, that's obviously worth the price. Okay, come on.
Worth every penny.
Right.
I love
Grassroots
how they
Hegemon
have
for
Iron Dome in Israel, and we're going to have Golden Dome.
golden dome. Yeah, none of this iron shit. That'd be pretty funny, actually. Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says they are investing for the same reason I am, because the economy is about to be in the shit house, and I intend to be on the front end. There you go.
Yeah. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. What's the catalyst, Sitch?
Right.
I think that flag on Mars might be a good catalyst. Firing a bunch of people, bringing up unemployment is not a good catalyst.
No. Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's kind of, it's always hard to, I've always said this, it's always hard to really fairly try to blame or not blame, but specifically to blame like the president if the economy goes south, right? Because you're like, is it really the president? There's all these other factors going on right now. But when you're like doing all these layoffs and tariffs, it's going to make it really easy for people to point the finger at Trump.
Oh,
if
yeah.
the economy goes down. So I already saw, it was weird. I already saw a lot of pro-Trump accounts on X today that were basically like, they were like beginning the Cope spiral of, listen, it's for the greater good. The economy crashes. I was like, interesting. Okay.
I saw some interview where the woman was saying, I don't care if we have to tighten our belts. It's like the austerity song.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, which
okay. We'll see. I don't think that's going to go well with the midterms, but
what is austerity is just completely stupid, because
yes,
you're tightening your belt. That means the restaurant that you would normally go out to is fucking firing people. Now they're tightening their belts. Everyone's getting fired. It's like complete downward spiral. I saw a tweet where Elon Musk was saying, we have to get people out of the government sector and into more productive jobs in the private sector. And look, that's fine. What are the productive jobs in the private sector? If you're saying, look, we're going to build a bunch of homes and we're going to move people into construction and start making shit, fine. Like, are these all going to be Uber Eats drivers? Like, what are they going to do in the private sector?
Yeah. Well, wages continue to go down because now there's a bunch of federal employees
competing for jobs. Yeah, exactly. So lower wages. What happens?
Right.
I just, it's so, Elon Musk is incompetent when it comes to economics.
Okay. I was gonna say you've shifted.
Well, no, I've always said he's incompetent on economics. I just the question for me was, he's a smart guy. He did until 20 minutes ago have kind of a question everything attitude.
Mhm.
Now it's like if he's seen it in a meme, it's like it's fact, right?
Meme-based skill set, meme-based learning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This like, oh, we're gonna go bankrupt.
That's where I get all my best information is from memes. Okay.
We're-
Especially, like crypto trader memes on X.
Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. Like any right wing talking point has been completely adopted by Elon
Mhm.
Musk without question. So
Right.
yeah,
Duke,
we've lost him. He's gone
he's
now.
gone. He's too far gone. We've lost Elon.
Did
That's
you
sad.
watch any of the Joe Rogan? The Joe Rogan, oh man, I couldn't even get through the intro because he's
the
going
cringe
on
part
with
with
that.
the AI?
Yeah, he's going on with that stupid AI way past the point where it's funny.
And it was obvious that Joe was like trying
Let's
to
move on.
past.
Yeah,
He's
let's
like, this
move
is
on.
really cringe.
This
yeah.
is not funny. Yeah.
Yes.
When Joe Rogan is telling you it's not funny, it's time to listen.
It's time to go.
Joe Rogan is an expert in
Mhm.
not being funny. So
Wow. Look at you. So mean to Joe.
it's just Joe found his niche being the everyman on the podcast. He asks
Right.
like the everyman questions. He explains
Right.
everything from the everyman perspective, which is great. But I don't think he's ever been funny as a stand-up comedian. I'm not sure.
I don't know if I've ever
I
even
can
seen a
remember
stand-up.
one Joe Rogan joke that is like, oh yeah, that joke hits.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I did. Yeah. I kind of tapped out around when you did because I watched I think a little bit past the AI part. I don't remember anything sticking out. And then I watched there was a clip that CoffeeZilla isolated where Joe Rogan
Which was great. Yes.
which was great, where Joe Rogan's talking about like how does it make sense that all these crypto rug pulls are just legal and shouldn't this stuff be illegal? And it's funny because you kind of see Elon looks kind of uncomfortable talking about that.
Yes.
And then that's where he says that line that you brought up, where he's like, "Well, Social Security is a Ponzi scheme." It's
Yeah.
like, okay,
Classic whataboutism
right,
dodge.
right.
Yeah.
So
What about Social Security, which is also a Ponzi scheme?
yeah. Duke Nor for $20. Thanks so much. Says breaking news: the 360-year-old Social Security recipient was found to be Nancy Pelosi. Sources say S class is the best class. An A team's okay, I guess. Great comic, fellas. Well, thank you.
Nice.
Thank you.
You got a
Is-
heart for figuring out who the 360-year-old person was.
There you go. Well, it's funny. Nancy had like a cane, but they kept like the way she was holding it in the camera shot. It looked like she was holding like a wine bottle every time it would pan to her. I was like, is she just drinking? Like, drinking to get through this?
Wino.
But I actually, you know what? I forgot. I thought that I was kind of surprised that Trump went through all the Social Security age thing in the beginning because first of all, like, well, number one, it's not true, but obviously no one cares whether it's true or not, right? I'm sure
Everyone in the
there's, like-
chat, I said it wasn't true and they were freaking out.
Yeah,
what?
like
It's totally true.
no, it's not true. There's this. No, it's not true. But they've done actually like the numbers on the number of people above 100 that actually receive benefits
Mhm.
and the percentage of people over 100 in America, and it's like almost exactly on point or something. There's only like I think there was like I don't remember. It was like $10 million going to people who shouldn't, which I mean, obviously it's bad, but it wasn't like the hundreds of millions of dollars that Elon was kind of suggesting it was. It was that there's a bunch of these numbers that like are numbers that have never been canceled, but they don't receive benefits. Essentially, illegal aliens use them to pay into the system to apply for jobs, which if you still want to get rid of those, that's fine, but those people are not receiving benefits. So, but people obviously don't understand that. I was just surprised that Trump went through it, not only because obviously it's not true, but like it was just boring to go through every single like, there's so many people here, so many people here, so many people. I was like, okay.
It's kind of a good setup because the illegal immigrants pay in on this person that's 360 years old, but then when they try to get out, they're like, whoa, you're 360. Okay, we're not fucking paying you anything.
And I'm kind of surprised that they don't bring, it's weird because they could bring up the illegal immigrants avenue of it, right? To attack that angle, which you think that'd be like a good angle to attack because it'd be true.
No, it's not as good because they want to portray government as incompetent.
Yeah, but you could say like, he would say like, and here are these numbers that are like incompetently left in the database, never got rid of, even though obviously people aren't alive, and illegal immigrants are using them to game the system, right? He wouldn't explain like, well, they're actually paying in the taxes, so maybe it's actually better. But if you just phrase it like that, I think that would be like a bigger hit, in my opinion.
I would immediately put together that it's more competent though, because we're getting people to pay in that are never going to receive benefits.
Right.
Well, theoretically, I don't know. I guess yeah, they would never receive the benefits because they're paying in on some other number.
Right. L. Drail for $20 says, as an anarchist, his reclaiming of other areas of the world, despite our shakiness as a country internally, is just hilarious. I hope he gets Greenland next. There you go. I'm skeptical, but
Yeah, I watched a video about buying Greenland. I can't remember
really?
the maps online, the lines on maps guy.
Mm-hmm.
Did a funny video about buying Greenland.
Right.
And how much it would cost. He was talking about paying every Greenland citizen $5 million, which I thought, oh yeah, that probably would sell at that price. But it was something like $29 trillion. So
right. Grassy Touchmon for $20. Thanks so much. Says, look, while we are annexing our allies at random, let's be real. Who the fuck wants Canada? Be honest. I mean,
I do, just for the postage. Just to save money on postage to our Canadian brethren.
We can let them keep like the French part, right?
The French Canadian part?
Yeah, we don't want the French part.
Oh, okay.
We just want the English part.
I don't know.
Throwing all this stray, the Quebecois. J-Mac, thanks so much. A circuit follower, Daddy Demic for $20 says, you know what would be really bananas if Trump pulled the now look under your chair stunt? Everyone had a copy of the Epstein files. Man,
oh my God.
That'd be something. Oh my God.
Great.
J-Mac, how are you not like working on the team? That would be the most brilliant thing I've ever heard of.
That would be great.
Yes.
Pam Bondi let us down, but I didn't.
I know you guys like Oprah. Well, I took one from her. Look under your chair. Actually, you know, it'd be funny, even if it wasn't that, if it was just something else, like just kind of like a troll to the left. Oh my God, that'd just be like, oh, the right would eat that up. They would be
the first name, Bill Clinton, right. Adam Shifty Shift.
No, if it was just like
Schumer,
no,
Nancy
even if
Pelosi.
No. You know what it should have been? You know what should have been? I mean, that would have been amazing, but obviously they couldn't do that. Okay. They should have had like taped on the other side of the chair, like MAGA hats.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, all right, I know you all want to make America great again. So look under your chairs. I got enough hats for everybody. And then you see all the Democrats obviously would not put the hats on. And all the people on the right side would put the hats on. And God, that would be like amazing television.
I wonder if they could get like, they have a t-shirt gun. I wonder if they could get a hat gun and shoot it on onto the Democrats' heads.
There you go. There you go.
A MAGA hat for you, and for you, and for you.
Yes.
Oh man,
I was like,
Trump makes it fun, man. Biden could never do anything like this.
No. I mean, he could have put like Nazi swastikas under the Republican chairs or something.
I mean, Biden tried to do stuff during the State of the Union, but it just, fell flat.
Right.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
He's a showman. He gets it.
He does. Yeah. The hell Pam Bondi thing was interesting that she was right in the front row too, because she's getting all the heat from the Epstein files fuck up. So.
Mm-hmm.
Grendel Vat, thanks so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you. And thank you, Miss Ubercross, for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Look at
that. Fed Zeppelin for $20 says, always thankful your all's coverage and commentary. Good work, boys. Well, thank you, Fed.
Thank you. Yeah.
You have a new recruit, Fed Zeppelin. You got
little
kid.
Yeah. Be nice to him.
Right. Thanks so much, M8566, for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Sweet. Based. Welcome new members.
Grassroots Hegemon for $20. Thank you. Says Sammy G did not order the nude comic, but she is drawing it as we speak.
Probably.
Yes, probably. Just not the genders that you guys want to say, so.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Like, I'm biting my tongue. There's so many jokes I can make. I just
want you to know. Can't make them
so many jokes that are like right on the tip of my tongue here, but I'm holding back. Okay, I'm holding back.
Good for you.
I have strong willpower here. It's all the free. I'm using all my free will. PC for okay. Let's go to the top. PC for. And I read that one already. That we're all wearing suits.
True.
Yes.
Lucy Lemonbug, 5 gifted memberships. Nice. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you.
CF Paffy read that one too. Oh,
Yeah.
Paffy, what are you doing? The Wooster for $5. This will be the most important speech in history.
Yes.
Another Trump W.
I read that
Extra
one, but yes.
popcorn. Oh, you read it?
I did.
Which
Down.
one
I think
have
we're
you
down
read?
to contrast for 35 months. Says, shout out to my fellow people in Brisbane. Brace your assholes for the shit show. Comic hasn't arrived yet. Hopefully it doesn't get lost in the cyclone. Oh God, you guys have like a cyclone going on right now?
We got a storm coming in tomorrow too. So
Wow, sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
You do? What kind of storm?
they said there might be a fucking tornado. I was like,
Oh.
what?
I didn't even know you guys get tornadoes.
Yeah, we watched one on the live stream, remember? There was one in like one in the valley.
Oh, crazy.
Like Silmar. I was like, Jesus.
Well, stay safe, contrast.
Yeah, stay safe. Stay out of
Right.
the cyclone.
Sammy in the chat says, say it, Sitch. There's a nice couch you can sleep on after you get out.
Look, she demanded that you say it, Sitch. Now you were obligated to say
Here
it.
you go. I'm obligated. She's telling me to say it. Loose over for $2 says, first time in years, adults are in the room. Fondue for speaking of adults, fondue for $2 says Trump jumps off the podium and clotheslines Pelosi. There you go. Very adult like.
I can't remember what the Pocahontas line was for, because he was asking about
Ukraine.
some policy.
It was something about staying in Ukraine for another 5 years.
Oh,
he said,
yes,
and then
there
said
you go.
Pocahontas wants that. I'm like, what?
Forever. She said
Yeah, I'm like-
forever. Yeah.
I'm like, I'm skeptical. She stood up
did
and
say
said yes
5
to
years.
that one.
No,
Yeah.
you were right. He
So.
did say 5 years.
Yep.
She probably said if that's what it takes.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. Which is not unreasonable, right?
Zero Fox says better get to the couch before Vance does. You should put a no Vance sign on the couch.
Oh no.
Yes. That's why Vance looks so happy on the couch after that meeting. Lives and does well specifically for $2 says crypto steelman is niche use cases overhyped. Yeah, it's interesting.
True.
There's even there's like one of the guys who was like the crypto forefathers of like Bitcoin or one of these fucking cryptos. And even he was kind of like, yeah, I don't know what the point of this is. It seems stupid. So CS Pappy for $5 says, I'm sorry, Adam. That was too far. We all know you would never do anything to degenerate the purity of the beautiful work of art that are the comics.
Thank you.
Look at
Very
that. I was
nice of
expecting
you.
that to turn like gross, but it
No.
didn't.
Oh, and thank you for buying the comic. Thanks for.
Right.
Hope you like the story.
Right.
Sitch and I fought very tumultuously over it. So
Oh, I did skip your. Sorry, I don't know how I did that. Squeeze Louise. I skipped Squeeze Louise for $5. Says first. Oh no, I read that one. First fist fight on the floor of Congress in a century. Incoming. I read that one. How dare you? How dare you? Oh, you have another one coming up that I haven't got to yet.
Squeeze Louise. Trump
Equals John Cena. You didn't see the Daily Show breakdown. No, you didn't see on Sunday. I said that. I said that before the Daily Show said that. I said that was my conspiracy theory, is that that's why they had John Cena turn heel, was to represent Trump turning heel on Ukraine. That was my thought. The Daily Show obviously listened to the show and they stole it from me. Malcolm McKee for 5 Canadian says YMCA is Trump's outro track. He'd come into God Bless the USA. Squeeze Louise for another $5. Thank you. Says if I have to hear Trump say the likes of which no one has ever seen one more time, I'm going to drive into oncoming traffic. That's like his line, though. That's his thing. That's his catchphrase. That and Bigley. Fondue for $2 says, what do they think this is? The DNC? Ha ha ha. Commander Rosarios for 10 New Zealand dollars says, hey, fellows, what's with the pink shirts?
I didn't even notice any pink shirts.
Were there people wearing? Yeah, I didn't notice that either. Luke W for $5 says, how long do you think it will be before Trump speaks in public without bringing up Biden? Never. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The day Trump dies will be the last time he ever brings up Biden. Oh my God, for Jared says, oh my God, for Jared says, stand up, Sitch. Look at me. I'm always standing. I'm always ready and attention.
True.
Okay. You slackers need to stand up. You're sitting down, I bet, right now. And Mate566 for $5 says, Blunty Fly has never flown higher. There you go.
True. He's got the stars out today. Paper Planes would be a good theme song.
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
All I want to do is take your money.
Bam, bam, ching, ching. Yeah, it's
True.
perfect. Perfect Trump song. Grassroots Hegemon for $20. Thank you so much. Says Vance only got mad at Zelensky because he was sitting on his girlfriend before the interview. Zero Fox is right. It's all coming together. There you go.
Oh, shit.
It all makes sense. Yep. Harrison Dill for $5 says the U.S. needs to send rich South Africans back, starting with Elon Musk. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Borosero for $2 says, Gals, where's the commentary? I need the fact checks. I'm not, Jesus crap. I'm not even going to try to fact check this. I'm sure you can go to like NPR, CNN. They're going to have like we fact checked this and found Trump lied 10,000 times. And here's every single lies. One. Right.
A new record.
A new record. He broke the lie counting record. He broke the record for length of time and the record of lies.
And the lie per minute record.
Yes. The LPR ratio. Dr. 5 for 5 Canadian says, well, if nothing else, I'm curious to see how this all ultimately plays out. Me too. A
lot of reversals here. It's great. It's a good movie.
Yes. Silver Camario 78 for $5 says, Trump, quote, we gave Sammy G $360 billion to make gay Adam and Sitch fan art. It wasn't nearly enough. My administration has upped that to $1 trillion.
Oh, nice. I wish.
Oh my God. Everyone stand and applaud. That's right. We need to give Sammy G $1 trillion to make
that would
more
be
gay
great.
fan art. Yes.
That would be amazing.
I know. Squeeze Louise for $5 says, holy crap, the Dems are so whiny. Surely behaving like this is their path to victory in 2028. Yeah, exactly.
No.
Just does not. It is not the path. It'd be cringe.
No.
William Vance, thanks so much for being 33 months of discipline equals freedom. Says Trump should come out to living in America. The people would go wild. Oh, that's actually a good. Yeah, that is actually a good choice. That's a good choice.
Maybe born in the USA.
I think living in America is better. You could have Trump. He could come out. He could have like a black guy dressed up as James Brown, like in the little the blue suit, like doing like some spins, like as he walks out in front of him. Like that'd be pretty cool. Live in Deswall. I like that idea.
It's pretty good.
Lives at Deswall specifically for $2 says $7.8 million to teach Ents to speak faster. Yep. Please, thank God. I'm glad you said it. That's a program I can stand behind. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Elon's a fool for getting rid of the teaching Ents to speak faster program.
Yeah, that's stupid. Why would he do that?
Dr. Five for $5 says, I don't agree with everything Trump has said, but I have to admit this is entertaining and interesting to watch. I mean, that's a superpower, even if you don't agree. Still,
it is. Yeah,
good television.
Making politics interesting.
Right. Equishaddox for $5 says no tax on super chats. Yet when are we gonna get that, Trump? When are we gonna get the no tax on super chats? If we get that, I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
I'll be like, listen, you throw that fucking Zelensky into a wood chipper if I get no taxes on super chats.
I was gonna say. Throw Ukraine to the wolves.
You could just sell Ukraine to Russia if I can get no tax on super chats. Come on.
Yeah. Yes. We have principles here.
I'm kidding. I kid the Ukrainians. Silver Camaro 78 for $5 says Trump, quote, and we fired from the department of cool that incompetent fool Sitch. She's so useless, can't even use chopsticks. And this guy gets to stream. There you go.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Listen,
he's
Trump,
not getting fired.
You're crazy. Trump is like, I'm surprised he didn't ban chopsticks. Okay. He's like, this is America. We either use forks and knives or our hands like God intended. We don't use this Japanese wood sticks like we're cave people. What is this? Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says used to be the big four. If he's talking about who I think he is, Nissan and Dodge are catching stray fire. LOL. Oh, that was on the car manufacturers that are moving back to America.
He did say that India doesn't let us sell cars in India. And I was thinking, well, what cars does India sell in America? There's no Indian cars, right? They probably have one car manufacturer and they only sell in India.
Mm-hmm.
And it sucks so bad that it's like, oh man, if we let any other car manufacturer in here, no one's going to buy our shitty Indian brand.
Right. Says, yeah, wow. Cars with a value over $40,000 have 100% customs tax. Cars under have a 60% import duty, and used cars have 125% import tax. Well, that's probably where they're really slamming people, is on the used cars. So
Yeah, you
Is
got
there-
to import one. Can you? Oh my god,
yeah,
that's crazy.
I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know what an Indian car brand is. Are there? There's no Indian car brands in America, is there?
You know how many old people you have to scam to afford a car in India? Jesus, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't even know. I don't even know what an Indian car brand is, because I'm looking at it right now. It looks like most of them are all just like like they're like car brands that we know that are like America or Asian or Norwegian or whatever, but they just are like in India.
Oh, really?
So actually, I wonder. It says Ford India. Do they, or BMW India? Do they like does that get them around the
Oh, that's
taxes or
probably
something?
it. The car manufacturer set up a plant there and build whatever car it is.
So
But
maybe they're
forced
doing
to
the
be
same.
branding it.
Maybe they're doing the exact same thing that Trump's trying to do, where he's like, "Oh, well, we're going to put this massive tariff on you, but if you have a factory here, then we'll get rid of it or something. If you open a branch
Yeah.
here, we'll get rid of it." So maybe they're doing the exact same thing
That's where Trump got the idea.
from India.
He got a call from tech support
Right.
and he started asking him questions.
Exactly. Okay.
The Red
Oh.
Dawn
My thing's crashing.
for 10 Canadian.
Yeah.
P1. Is that premise one? Crazy
like-
speech.
Penis one.
Oh, crazy speech, especially didn't expect when the Stone Cold Steve Austin theme song started out of nowhere. Zelensky jumping from underneath the stage with a chair, slamming Trump on the back. Oh my God, no.
Wow.
It's going to be hard to get that aid money now, now that he broke Trump's back.
Uh-huh.
What is he going to do? He's going, look, he's going over to Pocahontas. She's
my
giving him 10 billion.
Look at that. Look at that. Uh-oh. Putin's entered the ring and everyone's booing. Boo.
Pocahontas pulls out a big one of those cartoon big checks.
Yes.
$10 trillion in aid.
Oh my God, it's the Undertaker. He's sending Putin to hell. There you go.
Yeah.
If only. Silver Camaro 78 for $5 says How Money Works has a great video on why manufacturing jobs are never coming back. It's pretty good and unbiased to either Democrats or Republicans.
Well, I'll check that out. That sounds
Nice.
good.
How Money Works. I don't think I've ever seen that guy's stuff. I'll check it out. Squeeze Louise for $5 says Trump does those little finger points to secure the LGBTQ vote.
How does that work?
It shoots the gay out. What do you mean? It goes,
Oh.
pew. Silver Camaro 78 for $5 says Trump, quote, and we will force Vaj, Hassan, and Destiny to fight to the death with hammers and chainsaws while naked, and we will shoot the winner.
Wow.
There you go.
Can we
That'd be pretty
clothe him?
popular.
I don't know if I want to see him naked, but
Right.
I like the idea. I like the
That's true.
sentiment.
That's true. Dr. Logan, thanks so much for joining the Free Seekers. Azrael, thanks so much for the 9 months. Says maybe causing a recession is all part of Trump's plan to fight off inflation. I mean, you hope, but you don't want to get the dreaded stagflation,
The
right?
stagflation.
The worst of all inflations besides the art kind.
You have
dreaded
inflation
stagflation.
and a shit economy.
Right.
Terrible.
Girl Star for $5 says Sitch has been talking over this entire speech. It would be unbearable if he weren't so quiet. So I'm sorry. Listen, I had a lot to say, and
People were saying you were whispering. I think that's what that was.
Whispering?
Yeah.
At what? I wasn't whispering at any point.
Sometimes your volume differs.
Oh, I'm moving around, right? I
Yeah,
was doing
that's it.
jumping jacks and lifting weights while Trump was talking. It got me so riled up, excited
you
for
go.
America. So I was like across the room.
We turned the volume up on Trump so you guys could hear Trump.
Right. The Red Dawn Batman for 10 Canadians says part 2. But that's when Trump turned around, grabbing Zelensky and pile driving him into the stage. But then when JD ran up pulling his pants down and telling Zelensky to apologize, I thought, wow, great show.
Oh my God. That's so good.
Right.
JD pantsed him. Apologize.
There you go. M8566 for $5 says, take a shot every time Trump says most ever or history. Well, if you did that, I'm pretty sure you would die of alcohol poisoning.
Everyone in the chat said that simultaneously. It was great.
Right. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, I want Vinny on the Dem side holding a re-sign. Oh, that would have been good.
Yeah.
That would have been good. Yeah. They got to hit you up. They got to hit you up, Vinny, for the job. Silver Camaro 78 for $5 says, Canada needs to do more to fight the flow of crime. God damn it. What the fuck did Dev do this time? That's a good point. Dev's letting all the criminals and their dollar meats into America.
Dev's been a fentanyl dealer for 6 months now. It's time to let you guys know.
You can tell him that we said that. We're calling him out. Tell him to stop dealing fentanyl.
Stop doing it.
Silver Camaro 78 for $5 says Trump proved that he could literally announce that he's found the cure for cancer and the Democrats would immediately come out as pro-cancer.
Yes. Yes.
There you go. Dr. 5 for 2 Canadians says, to be fair, cancer does suck, so hell, why not? There you go. Squeeze Leaves for $5 says, TDS literally turned Dems against getting toxins out of the environment. Well, I mean, to be fair, Trump was kind of hypocritical in that. Like he was criticizing, the government for studying the chemicals that are in the water that turn the animals trans, and he wants to take the chemicals out. Like you got to turn the animals trans to figure out what the chemicals are, right?
Yeah, I'm sure some of the stuff they're cutting is probably for environmental protection.
Yeah, they were trying to figure out what the chemicals were that were turning the frogs gay, and they canceled the study. It's tragic.
They did.
Jason for $10 says the fact that possible death is less of a deterrent to join the military than woke shit should really send a message to Democrats. That's an excellent fucking point. That's a great point. That's so true.
Well, you get a twofer here with we're not going to join Europe. They're like, I'm not going to see military action and there's no woke shit.
Oh, there you go. That's a good point. Yeah. Right. Well, I don't know, man. If we do this whole, like, we're going to financially invest in Ukraine so Putin doesn't invade, and then Putin invades and calls Trump's bluff. I mean, what then?
Yeah, a lot of people are going to be disappointed that they signed up.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure a lot of people sign up on the peace through strength. They're like, or strength through peace. No, peace through strength.
Right. Well, I mean,
like,
also,
look, I just want to be in the military. I want a job.
Also the COVID vaccine stuff too. So.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he canceled that.
Right.
Yeah.
Girl Sarah for $5 says, quote, now everyone look under your seats and you will find $4 million Tesla deal has been put to very good use. Oh my, could you imagine if he gave everyone in the crowd a Tesla? That would be confusing. You'd be like, I got a new car, but Elon got money for it. Oh, that fucking piece of shit.
Oh, that would, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be painful for the Democrats.
EcoShit for $2 says, watch Russia announce a platinum dome in a week. Yeah, they're like, oh, golden dome. We have platinum dome. Much better. Much better. Jesse Carrillo for $2 says, I predict Sitch will wear a MAGA next stream.
Are you going to wear a MAGA hat?
I'm pretty sure, Adam, don't you have a little MAGA
I never have
graphic?
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I put the MAGA hat on Sitch every once in a while, but
right.
I don't think Sitch has a MAGA hat. He might have
okay.
one in the vicinity.
I'm living with Sammy, and you don't think there's a MAGA hat somewhere in this apartment?
That's what I was thinking.
Right.
I do not own a MAGA hat, so
right. Look at this guy. How patriotic is he? He doesn't own a MAGA hat. I think Sammy owns both a red one and like the black one, the dark MAGA.
Oh, really?
Yes.
The Elon Musk MAGA hat.
Right. Brian for $5 says the office of shipbuilding is awesome. Finally, someone uses the Joan Acts to our benefit for national security. I mean, I missed that part. They talk about building ships again.
Yeah,
instead
he
of just
said they were going to build a bunch of ships, but I don't know what it has to do with the Jones Act.
Right. Well, they should just get rid of the Jones Act because it's retarded. But
Yeah, they should. Maybe Trump will do that.
that would be nice, but I'm skeptical. Gorosero for $2 says no longer little, he is Marco Marco. There you go.
Macro.
Marco.
No, macro.
Oh, Macro Marco. Oh,
yeah.
Gotcha. Macro.
It's
Marco.
better, Macro Marco. That's a good
I like
one.
Marco Marco
Gorosero.
better than Macro.
No, Macro Marco.
No, I like I get it. I get it, but I like Marco Marco better.
No, micro. Not
I get it.
micro Marco.
Micro Marco.
Macro.
I get it. I get it. I get the concept.
Say micro Marco.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $5. Says, I like how anything controversial was sandwiched between giving children their dreams. Guess they wanted to optic max after the Zelensky thing. Yeah, no, you're 100% correct. They did a very good job with it, doing that. Very good job.
Trump oh man, this was like a giant palate cleanser for the whole Trump administration.
Right.
I'll be curious to see
till tomorrow when something stupid happens, right?
Well, hopefully it doesn't, but it's just sooner or later we're going to drift into that. The Democrats just make fun of everything, or just
we've already been there.
View everything as horrible. I mean, they can't view that the brain cancer kid as horrible. I guess they just won't talk about it.
They're just not going to talk about it. Yeah. No, they're not going to talk about it, or they'll just say that, Trump was using them to elicit sympathy, which, I mean, he is, but, it worked. So,
yeah, I felt sympathetic.
Good on it. Right. M8566 or 5 gifted memberships. Thanks so much. Jason for $10 says Europe doesn't have the industrial capacity to catch up quickly. It will take years for them to be able to be any type of military threat to continue with an active war machine. That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
All the manufacturing stuff for the ammunition and shit is here in America.
Nomad, thanks so much for 22 months. Yeah, everyone's like, what does America export? Guns, bitch.
Bullets.
Nomad for 22 months, thanks so much. Says, got my comic book today, boys, and it was fire. As always, thanks to the great coverage. S-Class are best class, and A-Team reigns supreme. Well, thank you.
Look at that. Yeah, glad you liked it.
Yes. Thank
you. There's an actual story there.
Adam Unfronted. Yes. Adam Unfronted for $10 says, one of the worst speeches, in my opinion. There was nothing about saving big-titted Latinas. The government issued girlfriend wives, and it was too long and boring. Even the inspirational ending was lacking. You know what? Adam Unfriended has convinced me. I was waiting. I totally forgot. I was waiting for the part about government issued AI, waifus, and that never came up. It's very disappointing.
I mean, you can always throw in some big titty Latinas, right? I mean, why not?
Exactly.
Trump was lacking.
Very lacking.
That was probably in there.
Mm-hmm.
But Mrs. Trump probably stepped in.
Oh, Melania, she's that bitch. She's like too busy. Like, listen, we need to pass.
We need to
boring
tone
laws.
This big titty part down.
Yeah, we need to pass boring laws like putting people in jail for revenge porn. Instead of giving people AI girlfriends. Right.
You're right.
We gotta make Destiny Swestiny all of a sudden because he's like, oh shit, Trump's coming for him personally.
I forgot about that part.
Yep. Wind Traveler for 21 months says, my comic arrived. A-Team edition, of course. It was great. Looking forward to part 2.
Nice. So am I.
That. M8566 for $2 says, Democrat soy sign review. There you go.
Well, we did it on the fly.
We did it on the fly. Like Blunty Fly. Through the Wormhole for $5 says, don't you think it's kind of gross for Trump to hold up this kid with cancer while he's defunding cancer research for the NIH?
Yes, that's horrible. That's what the Democrats will be pointing out tomorrow.
Yes, that's why it's such a good politically effective thing, right? They're like, it's like, hey, you're defunding cancer research, and he's like, but I'm holding this child okay, who beat cancer, and I made him a little baby glowy. So what are you complaining about? Look at him, he's glowing, and it's not from the chemo for once. Okay.
God bless.
God bless. M8566 for $5 says leftist reaction compilation on Thursday. I'm obsessed. I know. We'll check. I'll check tomorrow. If you guys see a good reaction, yeah, probably have other things to talk about. But if there's some unhinged reaction, we can go and check it out. Silver Camaro 78 for $5 says the Democrats will do the Republicans the biggest favor by not letting go of the woke shit, and it'll guarantee Republicans win in I can't speak now.
Perpetuity.
Thank you. You know, it's weird. I actually saw, what was it? I saw some.
You saw the word perpetuity?
Perpetuity. No, I saw some message circulating on X. I don't know what it was for. I'm sure someone in the chat knows. It was like for some kind of like Democrat meeting or Democrat plan for like young Democrats or something.
Yeah.
And it was like,
how gay did that look?
No, it was the opposite. It was like, we will no longer like, it was like, don't do any like lame land acknowledgements or pronoun shit. It was all like, don't do woke shit. Yeah, it was like essentially like, don't do woke shit. It was like just it was like, don't do any woke garbage. So I don't know, maybe they'll learn. We'll find out.
No land acknowledgements, no more pronouns. Act like a fucking normal person. If you say Latinx once, you're disinherited.
Yes. Now I don't know how, since I don't remember what it was I was looking at, I don't know how prevalent it was, but
stop telling people you're non-binary, okay? It's not a fucking thing.
Exactly. Fondue for $5 says, unfortunately, from my family who only watches MSNBC, that is exactly what they're going to cheer for. There you go.
Oh.
Steel Manning for $5 says, the State of the Union was a Friars Club roast that also happens to be domestic policy.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. All right, my guy for $10 says, Bush Jr. lied to us and took us into endless war. W passed the Patriot Act subverting the Fourth Amendment, and now Trump is the worst president ever. For memes, I think I just aged myself. You did. And obviously memes are way more damaging than like something lame like endless wars, okay? Think of all the jobs that were created by endless wars, okay? Did you ever think about that? It was good for the economy. Jeez.
Yeah.
Why do you hate America? Why do you hate money? Equishadox for $5 says, relative and I had a falling out over the Trump-Zelensky. Wow. It's like we live in different realities. Learn from me. Shouldn't have let my elephant rage.
What was the falling out?
The disagreement, I guess. Yeah. Listen, I'm trying to be better. I feel like I'm trying to be more calm, more peaceful, right? So you just got to be the rock. Okay, that's what I tell myself. Be the calm rock in the little river, right? Just be nice and calm. And
I listen to
breathe with me. Everybody breathe with me. Okay. Thank you.
I listened to the Zelensky interview with Lex Friedman.
Mm-hmm.
Lex Friedman.
That made you lose all your calm.
with like the lovey-dovey stuff about Putin. I was just like, okay,
pretty cringe.
Yeah,
massive
totally cringe.
Yeah.
But I don't see how you can't listen to that and empathize massively with Zelensky. I guess the answer is nobody in MAGA is actually listening to that stuff. So I don't. It's weird to me because I don't get the hatred for Zelensky. I really don't.
Yeah, it was. I didn't listen to the whole thing because I find Lex Friedman boring.
Did. I thought it was
Okay.
fascinating.
I'll check it out. Because the part that I sent you that I thought was really interesting was, and I guess no one on the right to listen to it. There's a part. I mean, it was long, but there's a part in the middle. It's like at the 50-ish minute mark, if I recall correctly, where Lex Friedman explains why he doesn't want a temporary ceasefire without a security guarantee. This is months before.
Not
obviously.
Lex.
I'm sorry, Zelensky. Yeah. Yes, and this is obviously months
through like the entire history of his relationship with Putin. It's kind of fascinating.
Right. It's very interesting, and this is months before the mineral deal was being talked about. And it's kind of fascinating because he was talking about how, like in 2019, when he was first elected for president, he signed this ceasefire deal with Putin. And Putin and then there was like some economic guarantee in it. And then also there was a mineral deal that he basically latched onto with Europe that was supposed to deter Putin from invading. And then obviously Putin, immediately violates the ceasefire and then invades, a couple of years later without regard for, any economic entanglement that either Russia or the EU has with Ukraine. So he's kind of just spelling out why, he wants some kind of more tangible, solid security guarantee. I was like, well, there it is. There's the answer.
Right.
Frudges for 1,000 yen. Thank you. Says if Trump has proven to be at least as dishonest and self-serving as other dirtbag politicians and 10 times egomaniac, how can you take anything he says inspirational? Nothing but hot air. Well, yeah, it's gonna obviously.
Well, there you go.
It's obviously going to depend on So, I think that the way I approach this, and I think the way that Adam approaches, is that we're trying to just look at it like every interaction as its own microcosm. Right? Like as if you're coming into it fresh. Because obviously if you come into it with whether you preconceively hate or love Trump, like that's going to color your entire thing. So we're just trying to look at it from like its own each interaction's own kind of perspective.
I also look at, life is complicated. People can lie and be pieces of shit in one context and then be completely magnanimous and generous and giving in another context, which, it's just weird that way. So,
right.
I think the inspirational stuff, if American can do those things, obviously Trump has selfish reasons behind it. He wants good things to be done in America because it makes him look good and it makes his presidency look good.
Right.
But it also makes America look good, right? I want to go to Mars. So,
Sure.
Yeah, but like the crypto shit, that's just a fucking
scam.
A scam, a total scam giveaway. Look, I'm not even sure maybe Trump knows what a scam it is. I don't know. Right.
Well, he's in on it. So I would imagine he understands.
Do you think Trump was involved in rug pulling his own coin or
100%. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Milley, you don't think Milley was involved, do you? Seems like Milley was just
General
taking advantage
Milley?
What?
Mark Milley?
Javier Milley.
Oh, Malay.
Oh, Malay. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him as like a person. So I know I heard people say that they made the claim that he didn't really understand what was going on.
Well, he kind of tried to take it back. Trump didn't try to take it back. So, that makes me think.
Yeah. Well, the difference is Malay just promoted. I don't know if Malay actually owned. I'm sure he was getting paid something, but I don't know if he owned the coins the way that Trump owned the coins. And then also there was one of the big guys who invested all this money in the Trump coins. Like, I think, didn't Trump just pardon him or something? Or the Justice Department just dropped their corruption investigation him. So, listen, it's obviously
that's pretty
massive. Yeah, there's obviously massive pay to play shit going on in the Trump administration,
That's
so,
pretty shady shit.
Right. Yeah. My eyes are open. Okay. It's not and Trump just like Mr. Magoo. He's like, oh, crypto. Yeah. Let me just wander in here. Oh, I just made like $100 million. How'd that happen? Oh, David Sachs, my cryptos he just happened to recommend that the United States buy all these cryptos that he owns. What?
So
what a shock. What a surprise.
Do you think they talk in no uncertain terms, like on the phone, about how much money they're going to make off of this crypto scam?
I don't think people are stupid enough to talk openly about. I think everyone knows, and they talk in somewhat coded language. So
they're like, "Oh, this is going to be the future of finance."
Yes, yeah, it's the perfect phone call. Everyone knows what's going on, right? They're not gonna be like, "Hey, David Sachs, are you gonna make a bunch of money when the U.S. government announces it's buying these cryptos you owned?" Yes, Mr. President, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Did you enjoy the crypto tips too?
Do you think they're gonna cut Social Security? Obviously,
they're talking about it, right?
Elon wants to cut the shit out of Social Security. Elon wants to just delete the program.
I don't know. That's a good. They're signaling the Republican Party wants to.
They do, yeah.
Yeah, they definitely do. Elon wants to. They keep signaling to it. I think it would be such a disaster for Trump if they do that. If they can cut it, if they can just find fraud, then that would be fine. don't trust Elon in a million years to be able to just find fraud. He does not have a scalpel approach so far, so I don't think you'd have it for Social Security. If they do, I think it would be a pretty big political misfire. So
It's interesting that all the money spent during COVID ended up in the bank accounts of all the rich people because obviously they control all the businesses and whatnot. So people get their COVID checks, they spend it. Eventually, that money accumulates in the pockets of Wall Street and billionaires.
right.
With the crypto stuff, it's like they're skipping the step. I mean, it's just going straight into the fucking billionaire's pocket, right?
Yeah, it is pretty. That's why I asked, like, is there some
It's like I'm gonna trade
steel
you
man of
this
this? Because
worth
it's so blatant. It's like we're literally just taking, was it like a billion,
Chuck E.
100?
Cheese tokens and
Yes.
fucking
It's like we're taking $100 billion out of taxpayers' pockets and just giving them to crypto bros. It's like, what?
yes,
Well,
because they
excuse me.
created some digital asset,
Right. It's totally batshit
and we're
crazy.
gonna take the
So-
digital asset and we're gonna hang on to it.
Right. It's like,
Like-
I'm so glad Elon is cutting waste, fraud, and abuse.
I know.
Just to give it to crypto bros, right? To thank you. I'm so glad, right? Remember we had this whole conversation about how, it's wrong to take money out of taxpayers' hands and pay for kids' colleges. Well, now we can pay for kids' crypto struggles. Okay. It's even better. Who needs college when you could just do crypto rug pulls, right?
All of crypto is supposed to be controlled by just a few people. So
Interesting.
yeah, they call them the whales.
Right. Brian for $10 says Sitch not agreeing that There Will Be Blood is one of the great movies of our time is a travesty. I know. That's whenever I say that's always a very contentious topic. My respect for Sitch's movie takes has been lowered. Your mistake must be rectified. Nah, man, I'm right. Man. That movie's overrated. Okay. Overrated.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Didn't
I mean,
it win
what's
an
his-
Academy Award or something? I feel like it did.
Sure. Everyone talks about it. It's like this best movie ever. I saw it once and I was like, listen, Daniel Day-Lewis, he's a fine actor. He's good in it. He's good in everything he's in. But
Right.
I don't know. Listen, I've only seen it once. Maybe I'll watch it again. Maybe I've changed. Okay. But I don't think
Sitch's
so.
favorite movie is Captain Marvel.
That's true. When she like punches that disgusting misogynist biker who tells her to smile. I was just,
totally.
I stood up in the chair
I
in the movie
felt
theater
it.
and I clapped. Okay. I stood up and I clapped.
My whole theater stood up and clapped. We
They-
all
no,
clapped together.
They did, but only after I did. I led the clap. Okay. I led
you
the
did.
clap. Right.
You did the slow clap in the very
I did the slow
beginning.
clap. And all the feminists, stood up
Mhm.
and they're like, thank you, Sitch. You're so brave. Here's my phone
Nice.
number. And I was like, you're welcome.
Beautiful.
Oh my God. For $2 says Severance has so many plot holes. So many. Really? I'm actually gonna watch it soon. So
Okay. Look for
because
plot
Adam has
holes.
been talking it up. So
Let us know. I mean, I wish you would have thrown a couple plot holes in there so we could go.
right.
I mean, there are shows. I mean, it depends upon how bad the plot hole is, I guess.
Right. Oh, I skipped Silver Camaros. Hold on. Sorry about that. Silver Camaros 28 for $5 says Sammy G, Gay Adam, and Sitch fan art are the woke books that Trump has removed from the schools. They were showing Sammy G comics to third graders. My God. Oh,
Yeah.
well, you know what? I take it all back. I'm turned on Trump. I'm going full blown TDS. Okay. He's removing
Mhm.
Sammy G's Sitch fan art from the schools. The children must see this. Okay. This will really, expand the knowledge and horizons of children everywhere.
Amazing.
How dare they? I'm going to have to get no tax on super chats to bring me back into the fold. Stanley 6 for $5 says PS of Russia Poskrov, quote, RF ready to negotiate a deal of raw earth minerals in Donbass and Novorossiya regions with Trump. Things make sense. Yeah, no, I think we talked about that on Sunday there. Russia was floating the idea of like, hey, don't do a mineral deal with Ukraine. We do a mineral deal with Russia. Russia have minerals. I mean, we got them from Ukraine, but it's the same, right?
Yeah, I
So-
saw clips of Putin trying to sell us on aluminum.
Right,
We could
right.
get aluminum from him instead of Canada.
I think that would be such a politically disastrous move for Trump to take, like potentially presidentially ending, for him to be like, yeah, I'm going to sell Ukraine out and do a mineral deal with Russia. That would just, I don't think he could swing that. I don't think
Didn't
even
he-
Trump could swing that.
Didn't he bring that up in the speech? He talked about Europe buying gas from Russia and saying,
Yeah, but he's talking
"Fuck
about
you, that's
he's talking
terrible
about
to do."
he's talking about in the context of like
Funding Russia in the Ukraine war. That's what he's talking about, the context.
No, that's not how I interpreted it. I interpreted it as he's talking about the context of like we can get a peace deal, and part of the peace deal would be, you know, to remove the sanctions and Europe can go back to trading with Russia again. Like he's going to try to use that to entice Putin into this peace agreement, essentially. That's how I thought. That's what I thought he meant.
No. I thought
No.
he seemed to be saying that you're giving more money to Russia.
Oh,
than
that's a
you're
different
giving
part.
to Ukraine.
Yeah. No, he did say that. Yes,
And
he did say that. But he was calling
what
them
the
out for it.
fuck?
He was calling them out for it. He wasn't saying it was a good thing. Yes.
So if
I
he's
misunderstood what he said.
if he's saying that in the speech,
Right.
then him turning around and buying aluminum from Russia,
that's never going to happen, right?
But I mean, after he signs whatever peace agreement, he's like, sure, we'll buy your aluminum. That's cool.
Yeah, sure. Once some peace agreement,
Aluminum for peace, right?
right.
I don't trust Putin though, so that's the thing.
You shouldn't
I think
trust
Putin is
Putin.
just I was optimistic about him in this speech because of little things like that. That made me think, okay, he knows you don't trust Putin. So
Right. Fed Zeppelin for $5 says, imagine not paying for a system to track people who won't receive money and not delist non-recipients of funds. You'd save dollars on airtime and jobs. That's true.
except for Social Security.
Yeah. Metalworks 41190 for $2 says, remember to say thank you, guys. It's important. It's true. I thought in the middle of the speech, okay, when Trump was, speaking and the Democrats were like booing or not clapping,
Mhm.
I thought Vance was going to say, excuse me, Mr. President. Okay, excuse me. And he's going to just take the mic and start screaming at the Democrats. Have you guys said thank you once today? Have you said thank you once? His lip quivering, face red, tears dripping from his eyes, snots from his nose. Right. It's weird. All those like fat face JD Vance memes have like blown up. But it's weird because it's like the right is embraced. Yeah, they're very funny. The right is like embraced the fat face JD Vance meme too, which is interesting. I guess it goes to show you like
it's just funny.
Yeah, if you do like a funny meme, like people just have to accept it, right?
Have you seen the one with the blueberry face? Oh my god!
I retweeted it. That was really great. It was him.
Oh, good. I was gonna go look for it now.
You can find it on my timeline. Yeah, no, that one's really good. That one's really good.
Oh, so
my
good.
my JD Vance meme did pretty good too.
Oh, you did one.
Yeah, you'll see it on my timeline. I did the doctor meme.
Sweet.
Have you said?
Oh, I saw it.
Yeah.
That one was great.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, that was easy. I just went to some AI website and I just did like the little face merge thing. Took like 2 seconds.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Boom, boom. Knocked him out.
Sweet.
Yeah.
That is sweet.
Ace for 10.
Oh my god. I just saw the Mordark. What is that guy's name? The big head guy from Marvel.
Oh yes, MODOK.
MODOK, that's it.
Yes, they have JD Vance's MODOK.
The MODOK JD Vance.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. It's pretty good.
I am here to demand a thank you.
Ant-Man, have you ever said thank you today? Now you will suffer.
Oh, so good.
It's good. Ace for $10 says, I've only heard little bits of this, but the only thing that makes me care that the Dems acted out during a speech is how it can ruin their chances of winning. Fuck Trump and MAGA for crying about it. Yeah, I don't know, because I was wondering, as soon as I saw that, I was wondering if I haven't seen the reactions yet, so I don't know. But I'm wondering if like the right is going to be like, oh, get out the fainting couches. It's so disrespectful what they were doing to poor Donald.
I wish they would just stop.
I mean, they shouldn't, because I think the people them screaming was cringe enough as it is. So you don't want to add to like the cringe.
Yeah, everyone can see what's going on. You don't need to announce it. Let the
Right.
people feel what they feel, right?
Right. I'm a guy for $2 says, who is top and who is bottom? Adam, Sitch, go.
Ugh.
Well, obviously, me and Adam are on top, and JD Vance is on the bottom, and in between is the couch, right? So
I found
I-
the blueberry one.
there you go. You can bring it up. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says they have a car company called Tata, but the reason they don't sell cars in India is that a Fiat 500 ship box costs $95,000. Wow, that's crazy.
95,000
crazy.
USD
That's crazy.
for some Tata Motors car.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we're giving them reciprocal tariffs then, right?
Right. Well,
It's
for
like
that, well, I don't know. Are we for that one?
It's like they get 5,000 of that.
Right, right. Well, and he didn't say anything.
90,000.
Why did he even bring up India? They're not. Were we putting tariffs on India? We're talking about, we put tariffs on Canada and
He brought up
Mexico.
India because India has obscene tariffs on us.
No, I understand that, but
Yeah.
but we're putting. He's like, India has very high tariffs on us, so we're putting tariffs on Mexico and Canada. And I was like, what? I was just wondering, why didn't he bring up an example of Canada or Mexico? Like that's who we're putting tariffs on.
Yeah. Life is rarely fair, Sitch.
I know. Grassy's Hegemon for $10. Thanks so much. Says most Indian people ride motorcycles year round to avoid the tariffs. Funny enough. Oh, well, I assume they did it also to avoid the traffic. The most popular vehicle on Earth is the Honda Cub because of India and a lot of Southeast Asia. Really?
How do you know all this?
That
Are
is
you
interesting.
secretly in India?
I've never
Grassroots
heard of
Hegemon.
this little thing before. The Honda Super Cub. It's a little scooter bike. Looks almost like a toy. Steel
Sweet.
Manning for $5 says Trump wasn't stopping research for cancer cures. The research was comparing rates of cancer in different populations. Interesting.
But it was some research, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm being real. I don't know anything about the specifics of that. Ace for $5 says Trump has threatened the liberal world order and with fake electors almost pushed the U.S. into civil war. So yeah, Bush was not as bad, if not better. Well, there's your pushback.
Yes, definitely.
Vesna VK for 4 months. Thanks so much. Says, what would President Kamala's speech to Congress have been like? Please discuss and speculate. P.S. I got my comic saving to read this weekend. Well, thank you.
Sweet. Thanks. So many people got the comic. It's so nice.
I expect there would have been a lot of talk of Kamala talking about making breakfast for her nieces.
Yes, that
There would have
been a necessity.
Yes, there would have been
Making
a lot.
bacon.
Making bacon, yes. There would have been a lot of laughing at your own unfunny jokes.
Right.
Consistently. Being full of joy, as she likes to say.
About how her husband knocked up the nanny.
Probably not. I don't think we would have seen that.
No, she would. That would have been funny. That would have been.
That would have been the funny part of this.
That would have been one of the laugh lines. Yeah.
Right. There's my husband. I'm keeping away from the maids in the White House because you know how he is, the first husband, right? Exactly. I don't want him to be the last husband. Get it? Yes, I'm the president. I could take him out. The Secret Service is watching him 24/7. Yeah, I don't think that would have been part of it.
That's right.
I think she would have.
Sitch.
I think she would have slurred a lot. I think she would have took a big swig underneath the podium while she was baking. So.
And the Democrats would have been standing the whole time.
Oh
yes, Kamala. Oh yes, don't be burdened by what it's been. Oh yes.
Right. She would have walked up on stage. The room would go silent. And that's the first thing she would. No, the first thing she'd say is, "We've turned the page on Donald Trump," and everyone just starts like, "Oh my god!" The place explodes. They would all just
be fucking on their
explodes.
feet.
And then she says, "We've been on No, and then you'd have the Republicans. Okay, the Republicans would have been the ones that were doing like the cringe protest.
Who's gonna yell? Like, "You lie!"
Right? Yeah, you would have had.
You lie.
Would have JD Vance would somehow snuck in. He'd be real mad because he wanted to be vice president, right? You'd have Ted Cruz would be shouting something. right? And then she'd be like, security, get them out of here. And then when the
Get
security
them out of here.
when security like took them away, she's like, guys, we've now been unburdened by what was. Snip, snap. And then everyone would be like, oh shit. Twitter would just explode. Yeah.
Right.
It would have been
They'd
terrible.
have Zelensky on a throne. They'd carry him in on a chair.
Oh my God, you're right. Oh wait, they'd have like a throne, but made of like money.
Oh yes, totally.
And they like Zelensky's like brought into this. Oh God. You know what? Now that we're talking about it, I kind of wish she had. Well, I want to see this. This sounds amazing.
Oh man,
this sounds incredible.
It sounds like hell.
Jesus. This sounds amazing. Okay. Oh, look at this. You got to bring this up.
I wouldn't mind them being fair with the Zelensky. I don't know about the chair made of money. The
like
throne
that?
made
Okay.
of money.
Right. Planes Escape Course. I made a picture of all the people who drive around their Super Cub, like brimming with like all the shit they're carrying.
I'll check it out.
No, I sent you this. This is crazy. There's a Minecraft action figure that's coming out for the movie. Okay, I want you to.
Oh my God,
this is real. This is not AI. This is not a joke. It's not fake. This is a real picture.
I always wonder when they make an action figure with a fat guy, is it more money because it takes so much more plastic?
More plastic. Well, I'm just wondering, like, who's gonna buy this? Okay, who's fucking gonna buy this shit?
Yeah, kids play video games now, right? Who's playing around with an action figure?
I feel like only adults buy action figures to put on shelves. I don't know if any kid actually plays with them.
Right.
But even if you did, like, who's gonna buy this fucking thing? This is like a tragedy. I want a big fat, like Jack Black. Yeah, like a big fat Jack Black action figure. It looks ridiculous. My Minecraft set.
I did not see the movie, so maybe the movie's really good.
I don't think it's out yet.
Oh, it's not out yet? Okay.
No,
that makes sense why I haven't
we have to talk about it. When's it come out? It comes out. Oh wait, did it come out yesterday? Oh no, April 4th. So it comes out in a month from now. Yeah.
That's the day Martin Luther King was assassinated. Great day for a movie to come out.
Obviously, that's a sign. I don't know what I don't know what it means. Martin Luther King Jr. he didn't really die. He was isekai'd into the Minecraft universe. And that's going to be like, that's going to be
the in the movie.
Yeah, like, no, that's going to be the end credit scene, right? It's like Jack Black is going to drop into an ender portal. He's going to see like the big ender dragon. And he's going to be like, oh shit. And he's going to run away. And then you're going to see like Martin Luther King Jr. has been in the ender zone the entire time. And he's all like decked out in like armor, and he's got resources because he's been living there for like decades. And he's like, and Jack Black's like, where am I? And he's like, you're in the real Civil War.
Wow. Civil rights movement.
Well, I didn't know how to work that in, so you know. Ace for $5 says, guys, your approach to Trump allows you to not acknowledge how dangerous he is, makes you more susceptible for falling for his BS. I mean, I'm just talking about maybe Adam is okay. Adam's a little soft on the Trump, right? But it's fine. I'm just looking at it. I'm just looking at
protect me, Sitch.
Exactly. I'm just looking at
trying to have a good time, okay?
Right. I'm just looking at the speech as a speech. Okay, as I said, I'm just trying to look at it independently from, the things I don't like about Trump to say, is it good propaganda? Is it bad propaganda? I think it was, for the most part, good. So,
Ace, I think you might think every single thing Trump says is a lie, though. And I can't imagine everything he says is a lie. Like that would take some dedicated effort, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's only like 90% of things, right?
I mean, maybe
like 50%. I'm sure when he's like, I love McDonald's, like that's probably true, right?
Oh, that's definitely true. Yeah. Who doesn't love McDonald's? Come on. Right. What yeah.
RFK doesn't. Okay.
I'm worried that he's getting completely taken advantage of by Putin. I think that's a worry of mine. I think if he gets taken advantage of by people who want to do good things for the country, that might not be such a bad thing. Him, like, obviously he's doing a lot of work on protecting women's sports, right? I'm in favor of that. So why should I frown? How is that BS? How's that falling for his BS? Me going, oh yeah, look, he's trying to get CRT out of schools. How's that
Well,
falling?
you're
for
letting
his
that
BS?
distract you from something more insidious he's doing, Adam. Okay, that'd be
Well,
the
look,
argument, right?
you got to take the good with the bad, right?
Right.
Ace, if you're not gonna, what does Trump do that you like? That's what I want to know, Ace. What is he's done nothing that you like? I mean, obviously, I hope you didn't put your life savings in Melania coin, because then, look, I get it.
Then you have every right,
You should hate his guts.
Oh, I got to give big ups to DeSantis. Okay.
Mhm.
I got to give big up to DeSantis today, right?
Oh, what did he do?
So, not only did he say that the Tate brothers were not welcome in Florida, okay. Not only did he say that, which I give him a lot of credit for, because
That's
obviously pushing
great.
back against, Trump. But today the Florida Attorney General executed a search warrant against the Tate brothers and opened a criminal investigation into them, which is super based. So
that is great. Look, if they get, oh my God, if they
how
get
hilarious would that be?
I would be. It would be awesome. Are
They're
you
like,
kidding me?
we're like, Trump got us out of Romania. Goes into America. You're under arrest. Congratulations in America. Oh my God. That's actually going to be, this could actually be a pretty big headache for Trump, because I don't know if he's going to I assume Trump doesn't give a shit, but I know he's got weird staffers that are fucking Tate fans. I don't know if they're going to try to expel. I know, it's disgusting.
Yeah, they're all conservative Christians. It makes absolutely no sense.
I know. It's well, because he, owns the lips, right? That's all I care about. But so it would be interesting if there's some weird Trump has to expel Capitol to try to get DeSantis to lighten up on the Tate brothers. I mean, that would look really bad if that happens. So
he would have. Trump always stands up for the people he's politically aligned with, and he didn't stand up for the Tate brothers. They came and he said, oh, I don't know anything about it, which makes me think he knows, but he's not going to get involved.
Right.
I mean, that's the same shit he did with Project 2025, right?
Right.
Oh, I don't know anything about it, and suddenly half the people who wrote it are in the
in the White House, right? And 90% of it's being implemented. Yeah, exactly.
Right. I mean, I guess he could do that with Tate, right? It's the same thing. Oh, I don't know anything about it.
Right.
I'm giving him a pardon.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it depends on how much, if Barron is some, Tate fan or something.
Oh my God.
That's
totally it. That's totally it right there. Yeah. It's like Don Jr. Oh, he's helping me get laid, Dad.
So this is pretty cringe, because I was seeing this was trending on Twitter. It says MSNBC host comments stir controversy. And I was like, oh, okay, what is this about? And it says, during a recent, this is what the AI thing summary says. During a recent MSNBC broadcast, host Nicole Wallace commented on DJ, a childhood cancer survivor with aspirations to become a law enforcement officer.
Oh,
so
no.
I was thinking oh God, what did she say? She must have said something fucking crazy, right? So I look at the clip, and Charlie Kirk is he brought out the fainting couch for this. This is what she said. She said, I hope he has a long life as a law enforcement officer, but I hope he never has to defend the United States Capitol against Donald Trump supporters. It's that's what everyone's fainting over.
You just look so soy.
I know. It's okay.
When you pull out the fainting couch for bullshit like that.
MSNBC should fire Nicole Wallace. Disgusting.
No way. He went to fire her.
That's what Charlie Kirk
He went
said,
straight for the cancel culture.
He went straight for the cancel culture, yeah.
Do they have the memory of a goldfish?
That's pretty cringe. Okay.
Just 5 minutes ago, everyone was like, oh, we got to cut out this cancel culture.
Yep.
I mean, that isn't even really that bad, what she said.
Mm-hmm. No, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
It's who gives a shit? So it's not she's not making fun of the kid. She's making fun of Trump. So
right.
I don't know, it's very cringe, but don't be cringe, guys. Remember, never give in the cringe.
Charlie Kirk. With that little tiny face in the middle of that big old head.
Maybe that's like Charlie Kirk was just mad. He's like, I have face cancer. Why can't I be a Secret Service agent?
Right.
Plantation Sensation for $2 says Severance is great. Chat is full of low IQ takes. Wow. I mean, I know Adam likes it. I haven't seen it, so
yeah.
Interesting.
I especially like the gay stuff in it.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, I can't wait till they actually make out.
I thought most people seemed like it was overwhelmingly received positively from the things I've seen. So.
Oh yeah.
And I like the guy.
This
the main
last
character,
episode. The episode this week was super weak sauce. I was actually very disappointed.
Interesting.
They do a good job. Well, they have done a good job up until now of moving the story forward. It's very much a kind of like Lost. They always have some mystery that you're wanting more information on. I never watched Lost, so I don't. Maybe it's not like Lost, but it's one of these shows where you're hungry for information about the people that run Lumen. And this week, they just had a lot of stuff that just didn't really move the story forward. And I got just a tinge of nervousness that they ain't got an ending, that they're doing one of those things. Looks,
right.
When Sitch and I wrote Supervillains Anonymous, we're like, we got to start with the ending. Like, that's just one of my things. Because you want an ending that is the most emotionally satisfying for everyone. If you build up,
you just don't want a mystery box. That's the big thing.
No, you do. Look, you do want a mystery box to a certain extent, as long as the payoff is super gratifying.
No, that's not. No, mystery box means that, like, or at least I thought what mystery box meant was that the writers don't know the answers to the mysteries that they're presenting in the show.
That you can't have. Yeah, that you can't.
No, you got to know like, before you as a writer present a question or a mystery or something, like, I don't have a problem. Like, it's really good. A lot of shows will do like, oh, some weird things going on, right? But you got to know what the fuck the answer is to that. You can't just like lead people on forever.
No, yes, you have to. Yeah, you have to constantly give information. A lot of times bad writers or first-time writers will withhold everything. So there's literally nothing to grab onto in the story. They're not doing that in Severance at all. You're getting lots of information, and the information makes you want more information because it's always
right.
It's like a setup for more information later, which is a payoff. The problem is you're building this rich world, you're building these rich characters, and people are playing this game of, trying to guess where it's going. And what you want to do is kind of figure out where people are going to guess and then come up with something like 10 times better. But a lot of times in TV shows, they write as they go, so they're good at creating the mystery, but they have really not spent any time with the payoff. Now, if you're writing a complete series in you're going to write every episode ahead of time, you can start at the end. And once you start at the end and figure out that super satisfying, emotionally satisfying ending that has a resolution for everyone's story, everyone's character, there's, a character arc for everyone, then you can go back and set up interesting points along the way. If you don't have the ending, you're setting up a lot of shit, and you're sitting there going, okay, well, how does all this shit come together in the end? And inevitably you've put something in there that you like disqualifies some ending for you, right? You're like, I can't do that because that's going to be disqualified.
Yeah. Well, that was 100%. Like, it's even like, I get a lot of people that they work these shows. And you have to come up with things like on the fly and whatever. That's all fine. And even if you have to change things or the ending or whatever, I mean, the only thing I'm just saying is, like, if the show is going to create a question, a mystery, like, the writers have to know the answer to that question before they put it in the show. Otherwise, it's like very rarely ever works out. I mean, to me, the big example of this was Battlestar Galactica. That was a show that's so mystery like box. There's all these like crazy, interesting mysteries and questions that they ask in the beginning of like each season. And every single one of them has a horrible payoff because it's very clear that they didn't actually have an answer at the time of the creation of the mystery. So,
Yeah.
anyway, sell it for
They got kind of in that trap with Fallout because Fallout was super interesting about what was in the other vault, but they
when there
never
was
really,
nothing. Yeah, it was
they
kind of a
didn't
letdown.
deliver on it. Yeah.
Right.
See, I would have started at the very end. I would have been like, okay, they're going to open the vault here at the end of the fucking season, and it's got to be super fucking satisfying. It's got to be super interesting. Yeah.
Right.
And
Or
then
they'll
work
do
backwards
like,
from there.
yeah, or a lot of shows will do like they open the vault and then you do see something crazy and there's no explanation. Like, I guess we'll just have to wait till next season. It's like, oh, fuck you. Like, just, you got to give us something, right? You got to give
Yeah.
us, you got to, like, I think the trick is for a lot, like the shows that do it well. I think one of the comics that does this very well is Tower of God, is that you have to keep, like, it's always mysteries, but you have to keep giving new information. You can't just keep
Yes.
adding new
Yes.
questions. You have to keep
Totally.
giving new information.
Got to move the story forward.
Right.
If they do that, if they don't move the story forward next week on Severance, I'm going
You're
to
gonna be like,
drifting
uh-oh.
towards losing hope. Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
right. Sella for $2 says another one of the super chats from the other day didn't show up. Really? Maybe it's like sending in late for some reason. Oh no, I'm sorry. That was from a few days ago. I read the wrong one. Sella for $2, thank you, says in my comment the other day, those guys were referring to the wildfires. I've also heard coworkers casually suggest the US should break up into 50 different countries. Real Americans would bawl like a baby at such an idea. I mean, that's retarded, right? I mean, these people are like, what is this, like hyper libertarian anarchists or something? Like, that's ridiculous. The idea is gonna be 50 different countries, so it'd be the dumbest concept ever.
It's interesting that Europe is more and more becoming like
America,
one country. Yeah,
right.
all the different nations are
They
like
have to
states in the EU. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So they have a very similar model. The EU is
mean,
becoming kind of the federal government of all of Europe.
I don't think they'll ever become like America because, those are countries that have thousands of years of culture and languages separating them, where we don't have anything like that in America. So,
we should just take it over and make them all speak English.
Right. There you go.
Make it America 2.0.
I like that. Have you seen that? I forget that there's some YouTube channel where this guy does these really funny shorts where it's like him trying to explain to someone how to speak English. Have you seen that? And it's like he'll like go through he'll go through like how like you'll have a bunch of words that all are spelled like the same, but they all sound exactly different. So there's no way for you to like know, like to make a rule to understand English, because English is kind of like such a retardedly spoken language.
Read is red. Why is that?
Exactly.
Fuck, I hate that shit.
I think it's because my understanding is because English is a mixture of Old English and French, which have different rule sets, and so that's why there's like all this like fucky wucky shit.
It's bullshit.
True. Okay. Anyway.
All right, we're good. That was great. Look at that. Trump pulled it together. He saved America again.
Right.
How's that make you feel, Ace?
No, be nice to Ace. Okay.
I'm just playing. Look.
Just look at the Blueberry Vance. Okay. He 100% did not eat any experimental gum, Mr. Wonka. And the fact that you would even suggest that is just very disrespectful.
We've got all the Trump haters. We've got the crypto nightmare to look forward to. So
exactly. Yeah. Just listen. Yeah. If you want to hate on Trump, don't worry. The economy is going to crash. Trump is going to steal hundreds of millions of dollars from taxpayers, invest in crypto. You got a lot to work with. Okay. You got a lot. We have a lot coming up here.
We got plenty of time. All right.
Don't worry about it. So
take care, everyone.
Take care. See you guys on Thursday. Thanks so much for coming.